never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk's plan to make the federal government more efficient may soon look at charities that receive taxpayer funds. Congressman Tony Gonzalez wants that to include those on the southern border that help illegal immigrants.
We have to make sure that they're not going towards these NGOs that are helping fuel this border crisis.
The Texas Republican says this is going to help with the Trump administration's success in securing the border. In addition, he's calling on Congress to pass long-term solutions. A third federal judge has blocked President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. That's not stopping Republicans from backing legislation that would deny rights to the children of illegals.
It does not eliminate birthright citizenship. It clarifies it.
Texas Congressman Brian Babin is leading that push. 9 lawsuits have been filed so far challenging the birthright citizenship order. Lawyers with the ACLU argue that it attempts to upend one of the most fundamental American constitutional values. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is directing the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgenders.
Hegseth is also ordering a suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. It comes along with President Trump's executive order that essentially bans trans military service. Hegseth wrote in a memorandum for senior Pentagon leadership, efforts to split our troops along the lines of identity weaken our force and make us vulnerable. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Google Map users will now see the Gulf of Mexico displayed as the Gulf of America. The switch comes after President Trump signed an executive order to rename the Gulf.
Air Force One is currently in international waters for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
The Associated Press claims the White House blocked them from covering an official event today because they refer to the Gulf of America as the Gulf of Mexico. AAA reports the average price per gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Kauai, Hawaii has the most expensive gas at $5.20 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi is down to $2.54 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Steve Bannon is pleading guilty to defrauding New Yorkers who donated to an online fundraiser related to building a border wall.
Steve Bannon, an ally of President Trump, pleaded guilty in exchange for a sentence with no prison time. Bannon defrauded donors of the We Build the Wall fundraiser and will serve a sentence of conditional discharge for 3 years. It means he can't serve as director of any New York nonprofit or raise any money for charities that have assets in the state. Bannon previously served prison time for contempt of Congress. I'm Natalie McLeod.
Another wave of the flu has struck the nation.
Health officials say the rapid rise in cases is causing doctor visits for flu-related symptoms to reach their highest in 15 years. Visits to providers for respiratory illnesses were close to 8% last year, which is the highest since the swine flu outbreak. The CDC estimates there have been 24 million cases of the flu this season, causing more than 300,000 hospitalizations and 13,000 deaths. Recent data shows that 45 states remain in the high or very high category for flu activity. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Italian researchers say you should pet your dog before you leave the house.
Researchers at the University of Pisa in Italy found if you pet your dog one last time before racing out the door, it will reduce anxiety for your pet and you. Because petting a dog for 5 minutes lowers the stress hormone cortisol and increases oxytocin. That's the feel-good hormone. Research shows it's a win-win for all. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Just like that, it's that time once again. It's go time. So here we go as we cross over the midnight hour from time zone to time zone, make our way into a brand new day. That would be a hump day. Yeah, midweek coming on 12th day of February. How about looking out there? First things first, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Still some light snow falling outside the secret bunker. We didn't get a whole lot. Inch, maybe inch and a half, I'd say. A little bit of freezing rain. Right down along the Ohio River in southern portions of Indiana, northern Kentucky. So watch out for the bridges and overpasses. A few slick spots out there. We've been talking about travel problems, and there's going to be plenty of that continuing through Wednesday, Thursday, right on into and through the weekend, believe it or not. As we continue to see this series, this train, one storm system after another, trekking from one coast to the other. Our early week storm, which we're now rolling into midweek, still dropping some heavy snow in parts of the Northeast tonight. Southern portions of Pennsylvania, if you draw a line from west to east, from about Altoona southward, that's where we're seeing snow continuing to fall. Some heavier snow still coming down there in New York City. Enhanced snow down in the Washington, D.C., Baltimore region. Cutoff line right about Richmond, Virginia. The cutoff from plain old snow to sleet and a mixed bag of freezing rain through the heart of Virginia. Right on back to about Bristol, Tennessee. That's where the mixed bag is falling. South of that, in northern portions of North Carolina, primarily rain with a little freezing rain mixed in there. On down through eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, the gorge, it's plain old rain at this point in time. And you got some heavy rains through northern portions of Georgia, from Atlanta on up into the Chattanooga area. Northern Alabama through the heart of Mississippi, rain, and more rain. Rain extending all the way back to Shreveport, Louisiana, and eastern portions of Texas. The rains are now south and east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area there, but that's all, again, what would we reference that as system number one. Meanwhile, you look out a little further to the west. What is coming together? A big system. System number two. Snow is already falling in northwestern portions of Illinois, west central Illinois, just beginning there. Heavier snows back through the Des Moines area to Lincoln, Nebraska. Some of these bands are what they call the enhanced bands, near whiteout conditions with heavy snowfall. Western portions of Kansas, you're in the mix. On back into eastern portions of Colorado. Most of the snow north and east of the Denver metro area. But let's start there with the storm that kind of skirted across the Ohio Valley. That's system number one, making its way through the eastern seaboard. A larger, more northward tracking storm comes into play here for our Wednesday. Heavy snow for portions of the I-70, 80, and I-90 corridors overnight through Wednesday night, Tuesday night to Wednesday night, before spreading into northern New England Wednesday night and Thursday. Accumulating snow from this storm east of the Rockies, extending ultimately nearly 2,000 miles from Colorado to Michigan to Maine. Along the path, some major travel disruptions will be in play as snow falls on some of the busiest roads and airports in the nation. We've been saying for several days this could easily end up being the biggest snowstorm of the winter so far for several Midwest cities, including Chicago and Detroit, with a broad zone of 6 to 12 inches or more. This major winter storm is going to close roads, hundreds of flight cancellations and delays at the major airport hubs, including Chicago and Detroit. This is also going to be a big snowstorm for some of the major cities in southeastern Canada. A general 20 to 30 centimeters of accumulation on the way for Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Quebec City. Just south of the heavy snow zone, that wintry mix with some ice will occur from central Oklahoma to the central and southern Appalachians and central New England. Areas that may see some slippery mixed precipitation stretching from Oklahoma City to St. Louis, on through Indianapolis, and to northeast Ohio, the Cleveland area. We could be talking a pretty substantial buildup of ice, maybe the second of the week, in less than 48 hours. So power outages and dangerous travel in portions of West Virginia and Western Virginia once again, maybe mainly along the northwest and northwest of the I-81 corridor. There are ice storm warnings for several counties there in parts of eastern West Virginia. This system, number 2, will bring mostly rain for the Ohio Valley as temperatures are going to warm several degrees, as well as much of the mid-Atlantic to southern New England. This is going to be tracking much further to the north than the system we've been talking about the last couple of days. Now, since rain and mild moist air will fall on some areas that may be blanketed in snow on into the day today, fog's going to be a concern, impacting ground and air travel in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Now, because of the extent of ice that's developed on areas, streams, and rivers in portions of the Ohio Valley, as well as the central Appalachians, this short-term thaw may be significant enough to trigger ice jams. People living along unprotected areas of streams and rivers need to remain vigilant for trouble late this week and into the weekend. But then plunging temperatures that follow the late week storm should help mitigate that risk. But yes, yet another storm is coming this weekend for the central and eastern states. I believe that's going to be maybe what they're referencing as the caboose of storms. Now, looking ahead, compared to the Wednesday, Thursday storm that's unfolding now, that next storm could take a track further south once again. This could be the strongest of the 3 this week, with substantial severe weather in the southeast. Now, they do say, well, I take that back, the caboose, at least 2 more storms will follow next week as the February frenzy, they tell us, continues. All right, so we're going to continue to talk rounds of heavy rain, the risk of flash flooding, along with severe weather in the south central and southeastern portions of the country, obviously with the ground already saturated in the southeast, as I just shared the heavy rains that continue to fall tonight. The end is in sight, but not before a couple more potent storms, all right, through this weekend and actually through the middle of next week. Here's where I knew I saw something about the caboose from AccuWeather. The caboose in the storm train, all right, could be one of the strongest and most disruptive of the bunch before drier Arctic air reasserts itself. Following this midweek storm with heavy snow for the upper Midwest, northern New England, up into areas of Canada that wraps up Thursday, new storms going to be ready to make part of the same zone coming up this weekend. Indications are this storm will track significantly further south and east than our Wednesday, Thursday storm, and could even end up tracking just east of the Appalachians. This means the swath of heaviest snow may be a bit further to the south and east over the Midwest and Northeast compared to this current Wednesday, Thursday storm. So we'll continue delving in, looking ahead. Also coming up, we'll take a look out West California, where the biggest storm of the winter, they're telling us, packing that fire hose of rain across much of California, will be triggering flooding, mudslides, road closures that may put lives and property at risk. And that as we head toward the latter part of this week, the high country of the Sierra Nevada, rain and mountain snow are really needed in California. Storms were nearly absent for the last part of the January, back through the start of the rainy season, all the way back in October. So the conditions combined with the Dry winds referenced as Sundowner and Santa Ana winds. Earlier this winter, we saw, of course, some of the worst wildfires in terms of speed, lost lives, and damage the state has ever experienced. But as often the case is in California, when rain does fall, it does so with a vengeance. And it appears that's going to be the case. How much rain will we see? We'll break it down all ahead here. Hump Day coming on. I'm pretty certain Horse Feathers is parked tonight with the heavy snow continuing to come down. Not a good idea to have that load of propane out there on these kind of weather conditions. So we'll rely on, well, I guess maybe who gets to do the duties? Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, phone lines activated at 844-844-3388. Got Pappy on board out of the box. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. And what day is it? Yeah, once again, not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. I don't know about that. 30 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Some light snow still falling from the heavens. Got a good covering, maybe an inch on the ground. Winter ain't over yet, nocturnal listeners. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crawl under that heated electric blanket. Let's get the party started. The overnight drive, hammer down. Dial it up, don't be a scarecrow. 844-844-3388. There you go. Or you can be like Big Ed, you can't find them, grind them. Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Marianne on board. Everybody be safe out there on the roads tonight. Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning. Everybody have a great day. There's Double Trucker, 27 degrees. Feels more like 18 in Lodi this morning. Looks like a day off tomorrow with the freezing rain in Ohio and western New York. I don't think I've worked a full week since Christmas vacation. Nonetheless, I'll be checking in on the home of free speech, Rumble. Hello, Country Bumpkin, checking in from Waterford, Michigan. waiting on snow. All right. Snow, snow, snow. Be safe out there. To the Overnight Drive family. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 31 in Fishkill, New York. I got out of the snow just above Bordentown, New Jersey, as we kick off round number 2 to Schenectady tonight. There's West Monroe, Louisiana. Michael on board, 47 degrees and flooding rain coming down. There you go, the heavy rains in the southeast. You've got a whole lot more heavy rain coming your way in the coming days. Too much. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 14 degrees. A little bit of light snow, wind. It's too cold for me to load. I'll just sit here at the home 20. Everybody have a good morning. So 14, and of course with the strong winds, wind chills probably, about 0 out there in north central Kansas. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy hump day. Traffic report, eastbound I-40 in New Mexico, shut down at the 66 yardstick. I've been sitting here about 40 minutes thus far. They shut the eastbound side down right behind me. All right, so I'm assuming some sort of an accident out there. I-40 in New Mexico. Daniel, good morning. A chilly 14 below 0, minus 14 in Glendive, Montana. Wow. Better be treating that diesel fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. Winter's not over yet. We've got, let me see if we still have some of those extreme cold. Yes, again tonight, what they reference as extreme cold warnings. They're in much of North Dakota, northern portions of Montana there. See what we've got. Dangerously cold. Wow. Dangerously cold wind chills as low as 45 below in Minnesota, Wilkin County, in North Dakota. A handful of counties there. Yeah, the dangerously cold wind chills causing frostbite to exposed skin in as little as 5 minutes. Yeah, frostbite and hypothermia will occur if unprotected skin is exposed to these temperatures. I knew it was cold up there, but my. Let's head on down. This is a good chunk of North Dakota, numerous counties, where it says wind chills as low as 50 below 0. Portions of northwest and central North Dakota, north and east of the Missouri River. That is in effect till the noon hour, Central Time, not Wednesday, but Thursday. Dangerous cold, wind chill, 50 below, frostbite on exposed skin, yes, in as little as 5 minutes' time. Wow. Okay, so it's cold out there. Thanks for the heads up there in Montana. Who else we got? There's James, who says these activist judges blocking Trump's agenda are starting to get on my nerves. I just day after day, judge after judge. Dirty Harry, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say happy Saturday. Hope y'all enjoy your weekend. Okay, be safe out there. And God bless. Good morning, Gary, Braindead, Marianne. All right. Who else on board? Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. She's kicking off her new week. It's a Monday. For us, it's a hump day. 38 days till spring. I like that. Heading to Marion, Ohio for my first load of the night. And then who knows? We're dealing with clouds here in Delaware, Ohio. But so far, tomorrow's supposed to be a different story. Right now, though, clouds, 32 degrees, US 23. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Wesley is on board. There's Timothy from a snow-covered Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. Hello, Sunshine. Hi, Steve. Sunshine here. I started hitting snow showers about Washington Courthouse, the Washington Courthouse exit on I-71 southbound. We are 31 degrees here at Wilmington, Ohio. Right there at the freezing mark. All right, there's, let me see, Buckeye Boy from Ackworth, Georgia. A rainy night, 41 degrees. Got my pickups in New Orleans and Holden, Louisiana yesterday. Gonna unload tomorrow, then do a local delivery. It's been early mornings and early to bed, trying to get everything done and make as much as I can before vacation time. So I'll be heading off to hit the hay in short order and do it again this morning. President Trump gets another hostage released, and from Russia this time. They say they'll have news later today on another hostage release. Democrats in the way of the Trump train and his administration have better get off the track, so they're going to get run over. All right, so I will catch the podcast later today. Everybody have a great night. And be careful out there, definitely. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Sue, who we got on board, Eagle wants to get in early tonight. Got to get up early in the morning. Got to get to Georgia. Then he's heading for Daytona. All right? Then who else we got on board? Is that Captain Ron? It is indeed Captain Ron. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. taking control of Gaza will lead to peace in the Middle East. Trump said the Gaza Strip is a war-torn region and added Palestinians will be moved to what he called a safer place.
We're going to get it going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East.
King Abdullah II pledged to take in 2,000 sick Palestinian children. President Trump is securing the release of an American teacher imprisoned in Russia. Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, negotiated a deal with the Kremlin to release Mark Fogel, and his mother, Malfine, is thrilled.
It is absolutely a good day.
Fogel was arrested on charges of bringing medical marijuana into Russia back in 2021.
He called me earlier today saying that he was in a Moscow airport and waiting to fly to Washington, D.C.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, we're talking about the bitter cold there still. Here it's mid-February. Daniel, who's out there in Montana, talking about treating that fuel. He said, definitely, Hot Shot Secret Winter Defense, a must. I keep at least 3 or 4 jugs in the truck at all times, as well as plenty of blankets. And I know it ain't for everybody, but some of us that really run cold weather, be prepared. Have a sunflower heater, a heater head with propane bottles, so if you do gel up, you ain't gonna freeze. And don't forget, put some air guard in your airlines as well. Yeah, back to Louisiana. Michael said coming up this Saturday in Monroe, Louisiana, another heavy rain. And Mardi Gras parade may get delayed. It may even get canceled. And before I get to the calls, real quick, some positive news here. North Carolina, I got an update. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has set a target date once again for reopening that busy interstate that's been closed for months due to Helene. Yesterday, the North Carolina DOT announced that I-40 in the Pigeon River Gorge near the Tennessee line will reopen by March 1st. Now, after the reopening, traffic will be restricted to 1 lane in each direction with a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. The news of March 1 reopening following a visit from the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to survey the damage. A day before yesterday, DOT said the reopening has been expedited due to a partnership with the U.S. Forest Service that will allow crews to use rock from Forest Service land and extract construction materials from the local river. This will allow the DOT to get construction materials from a nearby river just 1 to 3 miles away instead of transporting them from 20 to 50 miles away, a process that would have tripled both the cost and duration of the project. Officials say this permit is a common-sense solution to reduce the time it would take to rebuild the highway and significantly cut down on cost. Duffy said President Trump directed me to build infrastructure faster, better, and more affordable. That is why, when we recently identified a path to reduce I-40's construction cost and timeline by as much as 2/3 of the original Biden-era estimate, I immediately asked my team what we could do to help out. Now, this announcement will help ensure we deliver this critical project more efficiently for the American people. Too often, the federal government creates obstacles to slow recovery and drive costs higher. This time, we're cutting through those burdensome barriers to get the job done, ensuring the DOT's full support for our state partners' success every step of the way. All right. I-40 at the North Carolina-Tennessee line, of course, was initially scheduled for reopening in January of this year, but then they suffered a setback. A new collapse occurred that happened in December that set back the timeline once again. So it's been kind of like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of scenario there. All right, Eagle gets us off and rolling this hump day. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me turn this radio off. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, Steve, I got a couple of subjects to talk about tonight. Yeah, looks like old Punxsutawney Phil up there looked like he was right about the weather. I thought Punxsutawney might have had it wrong, but it looked like it's gonna be a long winter. It ain't gonna be no damn spring. That's what Punxsutawney said. So all these people, I'm getting ready for that cold weather you was just talking about at the start. In Chicago, and I noticed it's cold, and snowing, Nebraska and all. I'm glad I ain't nowhere near none of those places. So weather's pretty good. Well, I told you I'm rolling towards Atlanta right now. It's a little bit cooler in Atlanta, but it's not cold. But then down to Florida, maybe you can give another update tonight on the weather. Weather down in Daytona. Hopefully the weather maybe get a little bit better before the weekend. But yeah. So it looks like he was right about that, Steve. Look, it's gonna be a long winter. It look like it's not gonna be spring for a couple more weeks from what you said earlier. But yeah, I was looking at some videos tonight, Steve. Daytona. Tomorrow they're gonna have qualifying for the 500. I think it's tomorrow night they're supposed to do that, and then on Thursday night they're supposed to have the dual races. They got 2 races on Thursday night. I'll definitely be watching that, seeing what action, what's going on. But the haulers, they just got into Daytona today. Them guys there, they got some nice trucks. I don't know if you might want to go check out the videos. They got them on YouTube. The trucks that haul these cars to the racetrack. They got some beautiful trucks that they operate. Wish I had one of them, but the trucks cost a lot of money, as everybody know. But Love's Truck Stop, Steve, Love's, one of the major trucking companies. They sponsor a car in NASCAR. And you want to talk about a good-looking truck? It's a Peterbilt, and it's the same orange in color, but it's a good-looking truck. 379 Peterbilt that Love's Truck Stop operates. There's a lot of trucking companies that operate in NASCAR. I don't know if you ever heard of a company called TMC, Steve, a flatbed company out of Des Moines, Iowa.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, you never heard of it? Yeah, they sponsor a race team, TMC, and there's another one, RL Carriers. I noticed they got they sponsor a car in NHRA, a Top Fuel Dragster. So there's a lot of trucking companies that are involved in NASCAR and the NHRA. Like with Rick Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports. So there's a lot of teams out there, trucking companies that's involved with that. So I'll definitely be looking at the haulers and take some pictures when I get there to Daytona this weekend. Hopefully I can get some photographs of some of these haulers before the race. So I'd like to take a look at that while I'm there. Now, to get to the other subject, Steve, getting into the politics, getting into the immigration. Let me talk about immigration right quick. You know something, Steve? Elon Musk, he discovered something that ought to appall every American that calls themselves an American. If you're an American, you should be appalled at what Elon Musk found out, Steve. He found out that the Democrats are still housing these illegal immigrants in New York City. I think the bill was $59 million. He got these people. I asked you this question a couple of months ago, Steve. When's the last time you stayed in a hotel room that cost $700 a night? They said that some of these rooms that these illegals are being housed in New York, they're charging these people $700 a night. Well, me and you, and the U.S. government is paying for it. Democrats, Biden and these idiots are paying for these people that are illegal in the United States are staying in $700 a night luxury hotels, Steve, at the expense of American taxpayers. It's appalling. And you talked about the condoms that they had sent over to a country for this nonsense. Donald Trump is getting rid of all this nonsense, Steve. This money that the Democrats have been spending is totally outrageous. And the sad part about it wasn't even, if you're going to spend money, you should at least spend it on your own damn people, not on somebody that's here illegally. I'm really fed up with it all. I'm really fed up with all these Democrats. I get tired of seeing them on my TV every day complaining about Elon Musk, Steve. Maxine Waters, AOCs, and all them. Why don't they go ahead and leave the country? If you're not happy with Donald Trump, you're not happy with the USA, why don't you go ahead and make your move out of the country? Because Donald Trump is going to be the president for the next 4 years, whether they like it or not, Steve. And I'm getting sick of these idiots coming on television talking about Elon Musk wasn't voted into the White House. He has no business in the White House. Donald Trump appointed that man to go into the White House to cut and find out what these losers have been doing for the last 4 years on how they robbing the United States and how he can save money and how he can make America great again. That's what Elon Musk's job is to go in there. And here's the most appalling thing, Steve, out of the whole deal is that some of these losers talking about Elon Musk has he has access to people's Social Security and other numbers. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Do you really think he cares about the average man out there, Steve, stealing money? Do you think Elon Musk really want to steal money from the average working class man, and he has more money than he has to know what to do with?
Right.
That's the dumbest thing. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard the Democrats come up with, is that Elon Musk is trying to steal money from the American people, and he's the richest man in the world. What are these people talking about? So like I said before, Steve, it's just appalling what they've been spending money on at the expense of the American people, and then they have the nerve to complain about it. Maxine Waters, I'm seeing her on TV every day, calling out Elon Musk using foul language, the whole deal. She's supposed to be a professional politician, and she's out there cussing and raising hell like she's just the average woman on the street, and she represents the California. When that ain't saying much, that she represents California. So hopefully, like I said, Steve, Donald Trump will keep doing what he's doing, brother. He will keep trying to find out where the money is going. And I heard one other thing before I hang up with you. I heard that Elon Musk said that he felt like all the money that these people have stolen, that the United people deserve a good tax break and maybe even a good tax refund from all the money that these Democrats have stolen. Donald Trump said he'd agree with it. So hopefully come April or either May, Steve, maybe the American people will get what we deserve, and we'll get back some of that money that Joe Biden and the Democrats stole for the last 4 years. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. And safe travels heading toward Daytona. And we'll give you maybe an update how the weather's looking, because they were talking maybe some rain Friday, maybe some rain Sunday, but that's always subject to change. Hello to Cripshot. Cripshot in the house tonight. The 15 car is on board. He said, Steve, Eagle mentioned TMC Trucking. They were a longtime sponsor of Sammy Swindell. Great-looking trucks. Black with gold leaf and red trim. There's Rubber Duck. Morning, y'all. Late to class. Sorry. It's home, sweet home for me, waiting for the snow. Anyway, doing my best to stay focused, but only 2 cars today. Not off to a good start this week. On the bright side, got 516,000 miles out of my steer axle brakes. Okay. Yeah, let's see what's going on with Cap and Ron. Good morning.
Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Here we are, Hump Day.
I'm just a cheap filler for the world-famous horse feathers tonight. But it's still one day closer to Monday.
Well, that would be true. That's true. It's you know what? It's also one day closer.
We're still one day closer.
One day closer to
Right.
Friday as well.
Well, yeah, I guess so. If you want to call it that. I just thought I would pick up the torch that horse feathers dropped for the night and get the day started off like it should be.
I appreciate
Up
that.
here, I'm just headed north, my usual, just crossing under I-10 right now. It's 65 degrees and a little bit of patchy fog, nothing to really get too excited about. I don't really have anything. I just wanted to call and give you that little, get the day started right.
Well,
I appreciate you taking my call.
Well, safe travels out there, Cap and Ron, and obviously, no concerns about wintry precip, in his neck of the woods. So apparently we had what would you call a little fireside chat? A little conversation from the Oval Office with President Trump, along with Elon Musk this past day, defending DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency. They spoke at length from the Oval Office in response to all the pushback that Elon and DOGE has been receiving. Musk said the people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get. That's what this democracy is all about, or republic. I know, what's his name there? Sylvester cringes when they say democracy, democracy. He also said he wants to place common sense controls on government, arguing that, my ideas are not draconian. He appeared unconcerned about the perception of personal conflicts of interest, stating that transparency is what builds trust. When he was asked about dual loyalties, these first few weeks of the new administration marked by a slew of lawsuits, pushback from Democrat lawmakers and unions as Musk has led this expansive effort to dismantle federal agencies and pare down the federal workforce through employee buyouts. Tuesday's appearance kind of featured invited press who had gathered to hear the world's richest man defend his objectives next to and at the invitation of the leader of the free world. Sporting a black Make America Great Again baseball cap, Elon said federal bureaucracy cannot wield more power than any elected representative. One of his young children joined him in the Oval Office as well. Little X, I guess as they refer to him, tugging at his coat from time to time. Trump said it was crazy that DOGE had been able to root out so much fraud and waste in the federal government, claiming he never thought the auditors would find this much. Meanwhile, Doge has been blocked from the Treasury Department's payment systems by a federal judge this past weekend, a ruling that denies access to political appointees and special government employees like Elon Musk. Having already targeted several federal agencies, including USAID, FEMA, Doge has now set its sights on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The court clarified the ruling this past day, saying it does not apply to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. All right. During the appearance with Musk yesterday, Trump accused the judge of having certain leanings, adding that he hopes the courts will allow him to deliver what the voters actually elected him to do.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, what do you say? Rolling into midweek. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, just mentioned the next target, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That was actually headlined by OOIDA this past day. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's office is closed this week, and many of its services suspended following the order by the Trump administration, according to the Associated Press and several other media outlets. The agency was ordered to cease all supervision and examination activity. As of this past day, Tuesday, February 11, the home page of the Bureau's website was showing a 404 page not found message. The website is still functional. Congress established the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which aims to ensure that markets for consumer financial products are transparent, fair, and competitive after the 2008 financial crisis. Critics of the agency have called it duplicative and an example of government overreach. Proponents point to the $19.7 billion in consumer relief provided through monetary compensation, principal reductions, canceled debts, and other relief. Now, in 2021, Congress established the creation, as we've been following, in the trucking sector, the Truck Leasing Task Force, to combat the problem of predatory lease purchase agreements in the trucking industry. Of course, as we've talked ad nauseum, in these predatory lease agreements, a carrier leases the truck, but still pretty much holds control to the operation, including the driver's ability to pay off the loan. Not uncommon for a driver to report owing money to the carrier at the end of a pay period, right? So the FMCSA asked the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to serve as a technical advisor for the task force. We had followed that over the last couple of years. They had submitted their recommendations to Congress earlier on January 16. Those recommendations included banning truck lease purchase agreements where a motor carrier controls the work, compensation, and debts, stating that the findings were clear. The Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor lease purchase programs are regularly established to enrich the carriers at the expense of the drivers. All right, there does appear to be use of inequitable leasing agreements and terms in the motor carrier industry. So with everything kind of on hold, I guess that's all being paused right now as well. But, all right, we close out hour number one. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. taking control of Gaza will lead to peace in the Middle East. Speaking alongside the King of Jordan, Trump said the Gaza Strip is a war-torn region and added Palestinians will be moved to what he called a safer place.
We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it. We're going to get it going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond.
King Abdullah II pledged to take in 2,000 sick Palestinian children. Trump also doubled down.
They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
He said he doesn't think Hamas will meet that demand. Congressman Nancy Mace's claim to being sexually assaulted are being investigated by South Carolina law enforcement. Mace spoke for nearly an hour on the House floor, calling ex-fiancé Patrick Bryant and 3 other men predators.
My memories of that night are just flashes in and out of the dark, flashes in and out of the night. I was raped that night. I believe that they purposely incapacitated me.
She said she found a video on Bryant's phone of herself while her entire body was paralyzed and she couldn't move. She said she also found videos and photos of other women, including some minors being raped by Bryant and other men. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division confirmed it began investigating Bryant in December regarding allegations of assault, harassment, and voyeurism. President Trump is securing the release of an American teacher imprisoned in Russia. Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, negotiated a deal with the Kremlin to release Mark Fogel, and his mother, Malfine, is thrilled.
It is absolutely a good day.
Fogel was arrested on charges of bringing medical marijuana into Russia back in 2021.
He called me earlier today saying that he was in a Moscow airport and waiting to fly to Washington, D.C.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she's monitoring the situation with Mayor Eric Adams after the Department of Justice requested the Southern District of New York drop the corruption case against the mayor.
The governor says Mayor Adams needs to demonstrate to New Yorkers that he's putting them first, including his relationship with the White House. Hochul then ducked the question when asked if she has confidence in the mayor.
I will continue working with him to make sure that we focus on our mutual priorities.
Critics have argued the Democratic mayor has become friendly with the Trump administration in an effort to get his case dropped. Hochul was asked if Adams' objectivity is now compromised.
I don't know whether anyone is compromised in that situation. I truly do not know.
Hochul adds she hopes that there's more attention now on running the city. Scott Pringle, New York.
The Super Bowl scored huge ratings for the second year in a row.
Sunday's game on Fox averaged 126 million viewers across all platforms watching the Philadelphia Eagles defeat the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a 2% increase over last year's game on CBS, which broke records. I'm Brian Shook.
A Hitler snowman has been discovered in a park in Westport, Connecticut.
The Anti-Defamation League says a snowman was found that had a swastika on it. ADL alleges that the snowman found in the unnamed town park was also made to look like Adolf Hitler. The group says during these times of rising hate and anti-Semitism, community leaders need to speak out against such hateful displays. It's not clear whether a police investigation has been opened into the matter. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Welcome aboard. Just joining us as we turn the page on the calendar, a brand new day, 12th day of February. All right, midweek coming on, a.k.a. Hump Day. Definitely some travel issues out there this late night, early morning. We've got 2 storm systems. One continuing to impact the Northeast. I came across from CDL Life, the New Jersey Department of Transportation. at this hour has commercial vehicle travel restrictions for several interstates in place that kicked in about 4 o'clock this past evening. Until further notice, the commercial vehicle restrictions, let me break it down for you, for the following roadways. It is the entire length of I-76, I-195, I-295, and I-676. Again, the entire length of all. Now, the travel restrictions apply to the following types of vehicles: all tractor trailers. There are exceptions listed in the administrative order, wherever you'd find that. Empty, straight CDL weighted trucks, any passenger vehicles pulling trailers, all recreational vehicles. Now, commercial vehicle travel restrictions, they say, do not apply to the New Jersey Turnpike, the Garden State Parkway, the Atlantic City Expressway. Public safety vehicles, sworn and civilian public safety personnel, as well as other personnel directly supporting healthcare facilities or critical infrastructure like providing fuel or food. Now, trucks that are already in New Jersey when those restrictions kicked in were being told to pull off in a truck stop to wait out the storm. The New Jersey DOT says, do not park on shoulders. Are there any parking spots available with the exception of shoulders? Either way, for the most up-to-date information from the New Jersey DOT, the website is 511nj.org. 511newjersey.org. So I hadn't come across, I don't know that there's any restrictions. Last week, many Pennsylvania roadways had implemented their Tier 4 restrictions, which is like complete commercial vehicle bans. All I have before me there was New Jersey. A little more here on our midweek storm as we get the new hour underway. This next storm system, not the one in the Northeast, the one that's coming together in the central states tonight, has a little bit less Arctic air to work with. So mostly rain in the forecast over much of the Ohio Valley during most of this storm. However, as colder air invades during the latter part of the storm, coming up toward the weekend, rain may end as a period of accumulating snow from Kansas City, Missouri, to St. Louis, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh. Rain is in the offing for Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia, but a combination of rain, snow, and maybe some ice more likely for New York City and Boston. Again, with the next storm coming up later in the week into the weekend, this seemingly endless parade of storms will ultimately end next week. But oftentimes, the caboose, the last in a train of storms, is the biggest, and it tends to mark a change in the weather pattern. Now, there's the potential for a shift in the track of the storm for the middle of next week, depending on the orientation of the jet stream. A storm tracking more to the north rather than east would allow warm air to bring mostly rain from the Ohio Valley to the Appalachians and Atlantic coast. A track more to the east could mean heavy snow for the Ohio Valley to the central Appalachians and perhaps areas close to the Atlantic coast in New England and the upper mid-Atlantic. Should that storm develop to its full potential, some inland areas could end up with wind-driven heavy snow, while wind-driven rain and flooding at times, especially during high tide, along the Atlantic coast in the northeast. Now, even a more moderate storm could see some significant travel disruptions. Enough rain to trigger localized urban flooding in portions of the interior southeast, areas that have already been blasted by multiple rounds of heavy rain from this week right on into the start of next. Flooding problems could be more widespread and serious. The last two storms this weekend and the middle of next week may also bring some of the most significant severe thunderstorms that we've seen since last fall. So, looking ahead, we're still about a week away. After the storm in the middle of next week, it's mostly cold, but at least a drier pattern finally for most of the eastern half of the country. You got a lot of ice cover that should limit lake effect snow from Lake Erie in western New York, northwestern Pennsylvania, and northeast Ohio, unless a band of snow is able to develop over Lake Huron and travel all the way across Lake Erie. Despite the cold air and the overwhelming chill at night and the first thing in the morning, with a sunnier pattern for beginning later next week, when the sun is out this time of year, it begins to feel a bit less harsh, especially in the midday and afternoon hours when the winds, especially when the winds are lighter. Rubber Duck says, he said they're calling for 6 to 10 inches of snow between now and Thursday night up here, north of US 30. That's the next storm coming in. Heavier snows to a broader area. We're actually anticipated here in outside the secret bunker to warm up a few degrees and mostly rain, at least for the first half or most of this next storm system. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Kind of feels like a Monday. We had touched on, Eagle brought up the uncovering of $59 million, a payment from FEMA last week, going to the luxury hotels in New York City. How does that happen? We've got a new administration. Word this past day, FEMA is terminating 4 employees who circumvented leadership to make those payments for migrant housing in that New York hotel. According to the Department of Homeland Security, effective immediately, FEMA is terminating the employment of 4 individuals for circumventing leadership to unilaterally make egregious payments for luxury New York City hotels for migrants. That was the Homeland Security's Tricia McLaughlin in a statement, noting that the firings include FEMA's chief financial officer, as well as 2 program analysts, as well as a grant specialist. Under President Trump and Secretary Noem's leadership, Homeland Security will not sit idly and allow deep state activists to undermine the will and the safety of the American people. This, just as I mentioned, a day after Elon Musk announced they uncovered this $59 million payment that was made just last week, sent by FEMA to house migrants in the hotels in the Big Apple. This money is meant for American disaster relief and instead being spent on high-end hotels for illegals. Now, you go back to 2022 when the Biden administration authorized the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program to respond to the migrant crisis. Now, our former White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, stood before us time and time again and denied the Biden administration was using FEMA funding to support the illegals. She was caught contradicting herself throughout her tenure. Breitbart News reported there was a press conference on September 16 of 2022. She was asked if the White House planned to reimburse cities who saw migrants bust to their areas. At the time, she replied, FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program to eligible local governments and not-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants. Now, this came to a breaking point last year after the former Homeland Security Chief, our wonderful Alejandro Mayorkas, asserted that FEMA was running out of money to help Americans in need, those recovering from Hurricane Helene, you recall, despite the government spending millions on illegal migrants. Yeah, Mayorkas said at the time, we're meeting the immediate needs with the money we have. Yeah, we are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. You recall that? Now, all this right on the heels of President Trump's executive order, which was entitled Council to Assess the Federal Emergency Management Agency, writing that FEMA has managed to leave vulnerable Americans without the resources or support they need when they need it the most. Shining a light on all the lies and corruption. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
I had a call from Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Offered up a little tip to me before the program this evening. We're talking about the $59 million. That's just the latest, what would you call it, tranche of millions of dollars going to New York the housing, the migrants, illegals there. The Roosevelt Hotel is one of those that are housing, I don't know how many of those illegal migrants. And he said he had come across something he hadn't heard anyone, and I had not heard. He said, I just, out of curiosity, he said, yesterday I was doing a little search. And you say, who actually owns the Roosevelt Hotel? It's like, lo and behold, it's owned by Pakistan International Airlines. How is that possible? If you do a little search, you go to Wikipedia. I can't go through the entire history. It's been owned and sold numerous times over the years. But a consortium of Middle East investors offered to buy several hotels back in the late 1970s. It was 1979. Milstein, who leased the Roosevelt at the time to Pakistan International Airlines through the investment arm PIA Investments, Pakistan International Airlines Investments, partnered with Prince Faisal bin Khalid Abdulaziz. Now, numerous years come and go, the 1990s through the 2010s. Kind of looking at doing renovations, and I'm fast forwarding. After East Midtown was rezoned in 2014, city officials said a skyscraper could be developed on the site of the Roosevelt Hotel through PIA, Pakistan International Airlines. They had not proposed a new building there. They proposed selling the Roosevelt again in 2017, a part of the plan to raise $3.5 billion. Venture capitalist Shalal Khan expressed interest in buying the hotel. Pakistani Prime Minister rejected their attempt to sell the hotel in 2017. Early the next year, Pakistan International Airline officials indicated they were considering leasing out the hotel for 3 or 4 decades. They refinanced the hotel in 2018, obtaining a $105 million mortgage loan from J.P. Morgan Chase. With the onset of the COVID pandemic in New York City, March of 2020, most of the hotel's employees were furloughed. Occupancy rates dropped significantly. By that July, officials of the Aviation Division of Pakistan indicated the hotel might have to close permanently that December, as the hotel was losing $37 million a year. That same month, Pakistan's Cabinet Committee on Privatization decided to run the hotel through a joint venture rather than privatizing it. Now, Donald Trump, who at the time was U.S. president, expressed interest in buying the hotel from PIA. In September of that year, Pakistan's Economic Coordination Council gave $142 million to the Roosevelt Hotel Corporation to settle some outstanding debts and pay severance to employees. The next month, PIA announced the hotel would permanently close due to continued financial losses associated with the pandemic. Now, at the time, nearly 3/4 of New York's luxury hotels hadn't even reopened. The hotel closed December 18 of 2020. The Pakistani Air Ministry refused to divulge its plans for the Roosevelt, which was boarded up, although the ministry said they were not planning to sell the hotel. 1 year after the closure, PIA, Pakistan International Airlines, had still not paid $7 million in severance to hotel's workers as required by New York City law, prompting the Hotel Trades Council to file a lawsuit against the New York City government. By November of 21, PIA was paying severance to roughly 500 workers that had been furloughed. However, the airline was seeking an injunction against another city law, which required hotels with more than 100 rooms to pay each employee up to $500 per week while they were closed. So you notice we continue moving forward. News sources reported in May of 2023 that the New York City government was planning to use the hotel as temporary migrant housing amid the sharp increase in asylum seekers. At the time, the city government was finalizing a 3-year contract that could generate $225 million in revenue. The Pakistani cabinet gave its approval for the deal shortly thereafter. A welcome center opened at the hotel on May 15, again 2023, along with the first 175 rooms in the shelter, which would ultimately contain 850 rooms. This hotel became the city government's 9th humanitarian emergency response and relief center. DOCGO was contracted to run the intake center. The Hotel and Gaming Trades Council labor union, which represents Roosevelt Hotel employees, negotiated a settlement to reopen Roosevelt Hotel. Within 3 months of the processing center's opening, so many asylum seekers had gone to the hotel that some were sleeping on the sidewalk while waiting for a room. By late 2023, the hotel processed 300 to 500 migrants a day and was home to about 3,000. Pakistani officials reviewed 4 proposals for redevelopment of the Roosevelt Hotel September of 23, selecting Jones Lang LaSalle February of last year, 24, as the site's real estate brokerage. By April of last year, the intake center had served 130,000 people. It makes you kind of wonder, the Pakistani government and all these millions of dollars. That's what Scotty was just kind of alluding to. Doesn't that seem kind of odd to you? All right, we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk's plan to make the federal government more efficient may soon look at charities that receive taxpayer funds. Congressman Tony Gonzalez wants that to include those on the southern border that help illegal immigrants.
We have to make sure that they're not going towards these NGOs that are helping fuel this border crisis.
The Texas Republican says this is going to help with the Trump administration's success in securing the border. In addition, he's calling on Congress to pass long-term solutions. A third federal judge has blocked President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. That's not stopping Republicans from backing legislation that would deny rights to the children of illegals.
It does not eliminate birthright citizenship. It clarifies it.
Texas Congressman Brian Babin is leading that push. 9 lawsuits have been filed so far challenging the birthright citizenship order. Lawyers with the ACLU argue that it attempts to upend one of the most fundamental American constitutional values. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, the mayor of a popular Colorado mountain town urging the governor of Colorado to crack down on commercial truck drivers even more. Vail, Colorado, Mayor Travis Coggin issued a letter to Governor Jared Polis earlier this week calling for the strict enforcement of traction laws and speed limits, along with steeper fines for drivers if they do not comply. This call just a month after the same mayor called for drivers to face $20,000 fines if they fail to chain up properly. While we appreciate the update to existing chain laws, the state of Colorado's current penalties are clearly still an inadequate deterrent for those who ignore the speed limits, lane restriction, and chain-up requirements and putting others at risk for the sake of saving a few minutes on the road. In addition, the $1,150 maximum fine for blocking a roadway is exceedingly low, considering the state's own analysis indicated an economic cost of nearly $2 million for every hour Interstate 70 is closed. Now, according to Vail Daily, Vail estimates that the economic impact of Interstate 70 being closed due to semi-truck wrecks was over $300 million, based on 99 full closures of I-70 for a total of 161 hours last year. These frequent closures also impact the ability to respond to emergencies in the town of Vail. Now, the state has already passed legislation limiting commercial vehicles to the right lane in Dow Junction, parts of Vail Pass, Eisenhower Johnson Tunnels, Georgetown Hill, and Floyd Hill. However, the DOT has not yet painted lanes in Dow Junction or on Vail Pass to comply with the law. Violations should be met with significant penalties to ensure compliance, according to the town of Vail. The current penalties are not changing the behavior of the trucking industry. The penalty needs to more commensurate with the financial impact that it causes. We're prepared to work with the state to enhance enforcement that the Colorado State Patrol in our region says is less than 50% staffed. According to the officers responding to incidents on Vail Pass and Dow Junction, the most frequent cause of a commercial vehicle incident occurs when trucks passing slower trucks lose traction, causing an incident. We'd like to work with the Colorado DOT on the design and operation of the eastbound Vail Pass chain-up area to both support truckers in chaining up and ensuring truckers are chained up when required. All right, it's $20,000 proposed fine. That might jostle you awake. Sunshine.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
How's things going?
Well, we're...
Sounds like Trump's got his hands full.
No doubt about it. But he's making progress dramatically every day.
Yes, he is. They need to quit fighting him and let him get things done.
Mm-hmm.
But I got an idea that with them going through everything, the Democrats is doing all the fuss because they're getting kickbacks from everything.
You follow the money.
They're making their money.
They always say follow the money. Yes.
Yep. I made it up the cut in the hill okay.
How are the roads? Are things icing up a little bit? I mean, we had been hovering about 31. It's like 29. I don't know. It's still a little bit of light snow.
I got 31 down here. Where am I at? Down here almost to Erlanger.
Okay.
By 275. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes we got here, 3 of them's not snow covered.
So pretty good shape.
That left lane always, so far. Find out what it is when I get ready to come out of here in the morning.
Well, yeah. How far south do you got to go? I mean, like the further south you get, the uglier
I go
things
to
are
Erlanger.
getting. Okay, that's it. Gotcha.
I get my run's Erlanger to Akron now.
Okay.
So I just got to do 4 hours each way. But sometimes that 4 hours can be long, especially when you got snow.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the bulk of the snow is supposed to be out of here. I mean, like at 10:30 this past evening, they said, up to another inch, was in the offing for this region here. And I think most of it's already fallen. So then I guess we're looking for rain from our next storm system. I'd rather have the rain than the snow.
As long as it's above freezing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I take and make a run down here to the airport every day. So I don't have to go too far south, just down here to the airport.
Are you hauling Amazon stuff or what?
DHL.
DHL? Okay. Good deal.
Yeah. Yep. My old-timer run. I would say I call it that. You know what you're doing every day.
Exactly. You got it memorized.
Yep. Watch all the idiots out here sometimes and what they pull. I've had several people wind up drag racing down through the towns, buzzing around me.
Right, the things you see out there, right? Well, Sunshine,
Right.
I appreciate you dialing us up. Good to hear from you.
Yep, I'm still kicking anyway.
Well, there you go. Take it one day at a time. All right. Hello to the tapeworm. Checking in from, where you at? Williams, Arizona. 38 degrees. Beautiful night for trucking. Headed over toward Albuquerque. Wave, tip the hat to send your heat wave when you're rolling through. He said, I've got the greatest job in the world. All right. Good to hear from you. Jason, 41 degrees, a little misty rain at the Jimmy Artist Travel Center at Manning, South Carolina this morning. Gary is on board. What do you got, Gary? Hope everything's going well. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew, happy hump day. And back to the phones. Brother Rambler checking in here. Hump day. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God to all our listeners and sunshine. You and I have something in common, sweetheart. I got one of those runs where I know what I'm doing each and every night. Right now, I'm on 959 southbound coming out of Picayune. It is raining. I mean, pouring rain, but I mean raining like a cow peeing on a flat.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
Oh yeah. But we're all right, brother. We're gonna make it. Praise God. Steve, I don't know if you read this story or you've announced it or talked about it. I have no idea. So, are you aware that the voice of Roy D. Mercer, Brent Douglas, passed away this past weekend?
Yes, I did share that Monday morning. Yeah. So you were off that night. Yes, I did. How about that?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, that's so. The first time I ever heard Roy D. Mercer was on your dad's show years and years ago. And it just made me laugh. And then your dad told the story of Phil and Brent and how they were almost fired from the station in Tulsa. They had to come up with something. So old Brent Douglas told the story of, I had an old uncle named Roy Mercer. That became our character, and it just went from there. Steve, how many miles have many of us old truckers traveled up and down all across the interstates, the back roads, and the highways and the byways, listening and laughing to all the prank calls of Roy D. Mercer.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Man, many miles that they have kept us entertained, and thank God for Apple Music because their whole entire catalog is now available. You can just go and listen to your heart's content. Steve, my two favorite will always be number one, the Cemetery. Oh my! They got that old boy soul fired up. Then my other favorite was the one where they pranked Bill Goldberg. And if I don't know who Goldberg is, he's a soon to be retired professional wrestler. So if you ever go back and listen to that, go back and listen to them too. Steve, I can be in a bad mood or just having a bad day. I can go listen to that Cemetery Jack speaking and listen to that prank call and just laugh myself stupid. It's so funny, But rest in peace, old Brent Douglas. We're coming up on 4-year anniversary of when Rush Limbaugh passed away, and also the same very day. And it's sad because this man didn't get much publicity. But if you listen to contemporary Christian music, we lost Carmen the same day, and I never will forget when Carmen put on that free concert in Irving, Texas, right there at Texas Stadium, and I think it made the Guinness Book of World Records, where there were so many young people. He put it on absolutely free. That whole stadium was packed out, and they had to turn away people.
Listen, this here art.
Carmen, what a man of God he was, and he's up there running the streets of gold, and I'm glad to know that El Rush Show made it public and known that his Lord and Savior was Jesus Christ. And, regardless of how you felt about him, he's up there too. And I hope Brent Douglas made a proclamation of faith, even though he did a lot of prank calls. He was sure funny, and I know they're probably up there as well, Steve. Before I get off here, I met a few famous people in my life, But one of the most interesting was Bill Goldberg. I had a beer with Bill Goldberg way back when they were still with WCW back in, I want to say, before I started driving a truck in 98. They put on a spot show in the Mobile Civic Center. They all come to this club called the Cabo Beach Club. And I remember seeing Steve Mongo McMichael, which God bless Steve McMichael. He's really, ALS has got him really, really down right now. And he hasn't passed away yet, but he's really, really down with ALS. I saw Steve McMichael, Lex Luger, Chris Jericho, all the the guys from WCW. But when Goldberg walked in, the fans just swamped us, and it was on a Wednesday night, and then we'll forget it. And I was up against the wall, sipping on a Coors Light, and all the fans just swamped us and just had him and me pinned up against the wall together. And I worked nights with a company called Dairy Fresh, one of the worst jobs I ever had. And I looked over at him, and he was just massive. I said, it's sad when all a man wants to do is come and have an adult beverage with his friends, and he can't even get to them after he's worked all night. He's like, yeah, man, tell me about it. Well, they had a little area cordoned off to themselves where they were all over there sipping, drinking and having a good time and everything. And it was either his publicist or someone come over there was trying to get him out and everything like that. We were up against the wall, and I told his publicist or his handler, I said, I tell you what I'm going to do. I said, I'm going to grab my chair. I'm going to duck underneath this table. When I do, y'all grab him and get him out of here. So on the count of three, we went 1, 2, 3. I went underneath the table, grabbed my chair, went underneath the table. They grabbed Bill Goldberg, got him out, took him over there. Fans were all mad at me and stuff. Why'd you do that for? We wanted to buy him they were all like, we wanted to buy him a drink, and they were trying to take pictures. This is way before camera phones. This is when people had the disposable cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So, everything calmed down, and I'm sitting there just enthralled because I'm such a huge wrestling fan, or was, not too much nowadays. And the same guy come up to me. He said, hey, I want to thank you for what you did, but there's someone else that wants to thank you too. Can you come with me? And he led me over. He said, hey, Bill, here he is. He said, hey, man, come have a seat. And I sat next to him on a bar. We drank two ice cold adult snacks together, and didn't ask for his autograph. He asked me that I want it. I said, nah, man, I don't want your autograph. And you're a human being just like I am. You're trying to relax and enjoy the night. And I just appreciate you having me over here just talking to me. And we talked for about an hour.
Wow.
And even though I do not approve of him kicking my favorite wrestler's head off, my favorite wrestler of all time is Bret the Hitman Hart.
Yeah.
He still was a good guy, a genuine guy. When he says he was for the kids, he is for the kids. He always wanted to be that comic book hero, that superhero that kids could look up to. And so other than him just ending the career of Bret Hart, I can't really find nothing against him. He's a genuine guy, good dude, huge football fan, and didn't like it, him being a huge Bulldog fan and me being an Alabama fan. He didn't like that. So, but that's one of my stories of Brush to Fame. I got several more. One of these days I'll tell the story of when I met Jerry Reed, and that's really interesting there. And I'll tell that at another time. Another thing I like about Bill is, he is a Jewish, but he knows Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, and that's even more powerful to me. And before I leave, that's the one thing I always want to get across to you. It's to know Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, because you never know when your time is going to be done, Steve. You don't. The Bible tells me it's appointed unto man once you're born, after that the judgment. And Bill Goldberg knows where he's going. Jerry Reed knows where he's going. Perry McDaniel knows where he's going. Do you know where you're going when you leave this world? Because there's only two places, Steve, you're going to end up, heaven or hell. And I chose to be in heaven. Forsaking all others, I choose the Lord Jesus Christ. And someone once asked me, and I'm going to get off here. I know we're running out of time. Someone once asked me, would I have a problem talking to our company CEO? I'm like, no. I said, do you understand? I talk to the most powerful person in the universe every single day, and I don't feel intimidated because the Word of God tells me I can come boldly to the throne room of grace. I said, that CEO puts on his pants the same way I do. And if he's a Christian, he worships the same God as I do. So I ain't got a problem talking to nobody. If I can come boldly and talk to my Lord face to face as if I'm talking to a friend, I ain't got a problem talking to no one, Steve. And I ain't got a problem sharing the gospel with anybody. But I want to tell you, God's children, I love you out there, and I sincerely mean that. And if you get a chance, I always want to tell you about overnightdriveradio.com to get all your Steve Sommers swag. There we go, almost said swagger. Get all your Steve Sommers swag. You know, get it from there, overnightdriveradio.com, and I'll leave you with this: love. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I'll call in another night. I love you, Steve. God bless you, brother.
All righty. Thank you so much for the update. We did mention Brent Douglas, a.k.a. Roy D. Mercer. And my dad always thought it was so funny because they worked for Commode Radio, as he put it. KMOD was the call letters. Commode. Oh, boy. What I did not see, whether he had been, whether he had a heart attack or whether he had been battling cancer. The story said that several years ago he divulged that he had been contending with some health issues, but don't know what they were. I'm not sure if it was a surprise, if they found him passed in his sleep, or what actually occurred. But Saturday, I guess it was actually on the social media page for KMOD. They're kind of saying farewell to their 20-some years, I think, Phil and Brent. Phil and Brent. I mean, they retired. They had left KMOD. Shortly after leaving KMOD, Phil passed away, and he was only in his 50s. I remember there was some confusion at the time. Some people thought that it was actually the voice of Roy D. that had passed away, but Brett was the Roy D. voice. Phil was his cohort in crime, I guess, behind the microphone. Phil and Brent. So farewell to Roy D. Mercer. A lot of laughs over the years. All right, looking at the schedule here, what do we got? Eagles on his way there, headed ultimately to Daytona. Today, Wednesday, February 12, things get underway. Let's see, coming up 10 o'clock this morning, the Cup Series, that'll be the first practice as we head toward the weekend. Qualifying coming up for the Cup Series at 8:15 tonight. If you'd like to tune in, it'll be on Fox Sports 1. And, of course, MRN Radio, if you can want to listen out there. Thursday, you've got the Menard Series practice at 4 o'clock. Craftsman Truck Series practice at 5 o'clock. And then the duels. After the individual qualifying later tonight, that'll set the field for the twin duels at Daytona. 7 o'clock Thursday night, duel number 1. That's 60 laps. That kind of sets, I guess, the inside row starting lineup behind the top two qualifiers, which individual qualifying locks in the front two vehicles, the front row. Duel number 2 slated for 8:45 p.m. Thursday evening. Then you've got qualifying for the Menard Series, the Truck Series, on Friday afternoon, 1:30 and 3 o'clock, respectively. Xfinity Series practice, 4:30 Friday. Cup Series practice again, 5:35 Friday. the Craftsman Truck Series race, the Fresh from Florida 250, which is a 100-lap race there, taking place Friday night. I guess green flag slated to drop at 7:30 p.m. Saturday, Xfinity Series qualifying, 10 o'clock in the morning. The Ride the Dente 200, that's the Menard Series, an 80-lap race at high noon. Cup Series final practice, 3 o'clock there Saturday afternoon. Then the Xfinity Series race, 120 laps, starts at 5 o'clock in the evening, known as the United Rentals 300. Of course, then you got the main event, the Daytona 500. Sunday, February 16, 2 o'clock or 2:30 Eastern Time. 200 laps around Daytona International Speedway. There you go. Action gets underway 10 o'clock this morning with that first practice. All right, another hour coming your way just ahead. Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. taking control of Gaza will lead to peace in the Middle East. Speaking alongside the King of Jordan, Trump said the Gaza Strip is a war-torn region and added Palestinians will be moved to what he called a safer place.
We're going to take it, we're going to hold it, we're going to cherish it. We're going to get it going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond.
King Abdullah II pledged to take in 2,000 sick Palestinian children. Trump also doubled down.
They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
He said he doesn't think Hamas will meet that demand. Congressman Nancy Mace's claims of being sexually assaulted are being investigated by South Carolina law enforcement. Mace spoke for nearly an hour on the House floor, calling ex-fiancé Patrick Bryant and 3 other men predators.
My memories of that night are just flashes in and out of the dark, flashes in and out of the night. I was raped that night. I believe that they purposely incapacitated me.
She said she found a video on Bryant's phone of herself while her entire body was paralyzed and she couldn't move. She said she also found videos and photos of other women, including some minors being raped by Bryant and other men. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division confirmed it began investigating Bryant in December regarding allegations of assault, harassment, and voyeurism. President Trump is securing the release of an American teacher imprisoned in Russia. Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, negotiated a deal with the Kremlin to release Mark Fogel, and his mother, Malphine, is thrilled.
It is absolutely a good day.
Fogel was arrested on charges of bringing medical marijuana into Russia back in 2021.
He called me earlier today saying that he was in a Moscow airport and waiting to fly to Washington, D.C.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she's monitoring the situation with Mayor Eric Adams after the Department of Justice requested the Southern District of New York drop the corruption case against the mayor.
The governor says Mayor Adams needs to demonstrate to New Yorkers that he's putting them first, including his relationship with the White House. Hochul then ducked the question when asked if she has confidence in the mayor.
I will continue working with him to make sure that we focus on our mutual priorities.
Critics have argued the Democratic mayor has become friendly with the Trump administration in an effort to get his case dropped. Hochul was asked if Adams' objectivity is now compromised.
I don't know whether anyone is compromised in that situation. I truly do not know.
Hochul adds she hopes that there's more attention now on running the city. Scott Pringle, New York.
The Super Bowl scored huge ratings for the second year in a row.
Sunday's game on Fox averaged 126 million viewers across all platforms watching the Philadelphia Eagles defeat the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a 2% increase over last year's game on CBS, which broke records. I'm Brian Shook.
A Hitler snowman has been discovered in a park in Westport, Connecticut.
The Anti-Defamation League says a snowman was found that had a swastika on it. ADL alleges that the snowman found in the unnamed town park was also made to look like Adolf Hitler. The group says during these times of rising hate and anti-Semitism, community leaders need to speak out against such hateful displays. It's not clear whether a police investigation has been opened into the matter. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
times, the Daytona forecast was not looking real good for this weekend. Yeah, right now, the forecast is showing, here we are, it's Wednesday. Sunshine today, so qualifying should be fine later on. Thursday, they've got rain in the forecast. Partly cloudy Friday, then it looks like rain in the forecast for both Saturday and Sunday. All right. From the Daytona Beach News Journal, Daytona Beach rain update. All right, several other headlines. Weather plays a big role in the Daytona 500. From WKMG, how rain can spark fires on the track. All right, well, they gotta play it by ear, one day at a time. Sometimes you'll have a window open up with enough hours to get some racing in. If you have those, the light rains that just persist for hours and hours, never get a chance to drive the track. By the time we get to, what are we looking at here? Yeah, Monday and Tuesday, it appears things are looking much better. No rain in the forecast. So we very well could see some of that racing bumped from Saturday and Sunday to early next week. We'll let you know. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. All right, see what's going on with Philip this morning. Hello, Philip. Good morning.
Hey, buddy, I don't know what happened to your phone there. It dropped me out. I called back. You have any issues with the equipment?
Yeah, it did disconnect momentarily there, and we got it back. so what? Did it sound kind of funky?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you there when I reconnected. It usually it goes. It picks your call up, and then you can hear you guys, the show. You can hear the show, but it dropped it for some reason. I don't know why, but anyway, hey, Steve, I was watching the news last night. Did you see that story that CBS had out about the cranes at the ports around the United States that were built by China?
I did not.
If you get a chance, bring that story up. They put it out last night. I saw the story they had on the evening news about it. But I guess about 80% of the cranes that they use at the ports to unload the big container ships, they're made in China by one company. And they said that they want to go to this automated thing, which we know we've heard that in that contract deal. Mm-hmm. But these cranes, they could be taken over by other folks and hacked, and basically they're saying that they could be a possibility they could control not bringing freight into the country.
Really?
So I just wondered if you'd heard about that story. Yeah, it was it's CBS had it, and it about 80% of the cranes. That's a lot of cranes. Those big cranes, that they have, they're like 400 foot tall, and they hang over the ship. They pull the. I didn't know that all that is a lot of that is automated. That's what these issues are with these contracts. They're talking about this equipment. They don't want it to be automated. But it seemed like a pretty big deal. And they talked to the company themselves, and they said, well, there's no possibility that could happen. But a lot of the longshoremen unions said, yes, it can happen. So I'm just wondering what your feelings on it.
Well, I mean, we know that China has been setting themselves. They've got into critical infrastructure here. All I know is if the worst case scenario where China threatens Taiwan and the whole, and things go to hell in a handbasket, they've got so much on us. They could disrupt this country inside and out.
Oh, absolutely. We're pretty dependent on China. We really are. It's between them and there's a bunch of countries that we're dependent on for certain things. But I didn't know that they built all those cranes. And I guess President Trump, he wants to try to get American equipment in there. You know, made in the U.S. stuff put in there. But this one company, though, is that one of the only ones in the world that make those cranes. They're pretty big. I mean, they're a huge piece of equipment. And I don't know, it's just something to look at. Looks like we're going to get some rain on Sunday. We're in the 500 there. They're forecasting down here. I don't know what Eagles got planned where he's going to be at in the he's going to be sitting at watching a race. But I heard Sunday's going to be not a washout, but they're talking 40% on Sunday. So, and there's going to be rain on and off during the rest of the week.
Yeah,
but
that's
I don't know if it's going to hamper anything with that. You ever heard of the ARCA series, Steve?
Yeah, is that what the Menards series is now? Because I'm seeing the Menards logo, and
I believe it is. I'm not sure, but I do know one thing. If anybody watches YouTube, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there that do, and you know who Cletus McFarlane is, his real name is Garrett Mitchell. He's actually going to be racing in the ARCA race. I believe it's Saturday is when they're having that race, on Saturday. And they're qualifying on Friday, and then they're going to have the race on Saturday. And that's a pretty big deal for him. I mean, he's pretty much known for drag racing and doing burnouts and all kinds of other crazy stuff. And this guy has made a living off YouTube for many, many years. He actually owns the Freedom Factory down in Bradenton, Florida, as well as the Bradenton Motor Speedway. He's part owner in the drag strip as well, with a guy named Victor. But if anybody gets a chance to watch that ARCA race, get a chance to watch it. He's going to be racing under Garrett Mitchell. That's his real name. Everybody on YouTube knows him as Cletus McFarlane. So if y'all get a chance to watch that, I support old Cletus. He does it for Dale. So that's all I got today, buddy. Pretty clear down here, about 70 degrees. So y'all have a good one. Thank you.
all right. So I was looking at the breakdown here. Speaking of weekend in Daytona, Fox Weather says the 500 kicks off this weekend as Americans flock to the Southeast for the biggest race event of the year. As fans gear up for the long-awaited spectacle, there are some potential weather hazards to keep in mind ahead of Sunday's day-long event. Current predictions have a 54% chance of rain hitting the Daytona Beach area on race day. Due to the sensitivity of tires, the conditions on the track must be perfect to ensure safety for all drivers. Drivers use special tires called slicks that are meant to maximize traction on dry roads. Now, rain can cause them lengthy delays that could push the race to a later date. Of course, to ensure the roads are dry and safe enough to perform, NASCAR uses the track drying technology, the Air Titan 2.0, the track drying device using compressed air to push water off the track. It's essentially like using a squeegee to push or brush the water off the road using air. Now, the Fox weather forecast gives a medium risk of weather impacting the race with the expected rain showers. Temperatures will reach up to the lower 80s with close to 70% humidity. If the race faces any delays, this will be the second year in a row Mother Nature has not cooperated with the race. Last year's race was pushed back a day after rain washed out any hope of safely getting the race on the originally scheduled Sunday. Of course, at Daytona, they do have the lights, so if you do have rain till, say 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they feel they could get the track dry, they could run the race. I mean, there have been years when they've run well into the evening, not wrapping things up to nearly the midnight hour on occasions. That can be done. But if they see that there's more showers potentially coming in within a couple of hours, they'll probably bump it. I have to wait and see, all right? 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, Roy sends me the report from Walcott, Iowa, home of the world's largest truck stop, where a Sherrard woman hospitalized after a set of tires came off a semi, striking her vehicle on I-80 near Walcott Friday morning. According to the State Patrol, it was shortly before 7:30 in the area of Michael Marker 287 near the I-80 truck stop there. Sarah Pender was on her way to work, traveling on westbound I-80, when all of a sudden a set of tires came flying off a semi-truck in front of her, striking her vehicle, sending her airborne, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a rest upside down in the median. Wow. Now, Pender survived the crash, but her car was totaled and she spent multiple days in the hospital. Her sister recalls getting the news about what happened. I walked into the hospital room, and the first thing Sarah said was, "Jen, the tire came off. The tire came off," and came right at me. At that point, I started thinking, where? Who, what, when? I kind of started the investigation of where is the semi-truck? Where is the truck driver? Now, KWQC obtained a video from the Iowa DOT showing Pender's white Toyota RAV4 behind two semi-trucks in front of her, but the incident occurred immediately after they moved out of frame, and the camera wasn't turned around until about 30 minutes later. But we are in an era of dash cam footage and video. So if anybody out there was traveling westbound on I-80 between 7:30 and 8 a.m. Friday, and you have footage of the accident, or maybe you were in a parking lot and noticed a trailer with missing wheels, or if you're maybe a service center for semis and you assisted a trailer, I guess with a missing set of duals, you're asked to contact the Iowa State Patrol to see if we can find this person. The crash is listed as a hit and run in the accident report obtained by KWQC. Pender's vehicle was totaled after an object struck the middle front end, leading it to rolling off the road. She suffered multiple broken ribs and leg injuries, but she was released from the hospital Monday and is now recovering at home. The family said they want to thank the incredible people who stopped to help Sarah and kept her warm, waiting for first responders. At this point, authorities have not named any suspects. You see, you might wonder how common these accidents are, but tracking down the data is not easy. The only records KWQC could find were from the National Transportation Safety Board, which says there are 2 to 3 of these sort of accidents every day. But that study was published all the way back in 1982, or 92. But that's a long time ago. 2 to 3 a day? All right. So heads up, 7:38 a.m. That was, again, Friday morning, the morning commute near the Iowa 80 truck stop. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, nice to be going home for a change in this nuisance rain that we've got down here today. I mean, we had some good little bit of rain now, but it's just that little bit of rain where you wipe the windshield and it's you know what I'm talking about. It's just that nuisance kind of rain. So, but let me pick up where I left off last night with these predictions for the year. Let's start with front row. They took a huge step this year by going to 3 cars, but now it'll pay off. Noah Gragston transitions to front row from SHR. Look for him to be a real threat on the short tracks, Vegas, Phoenix, Iowa. His championship odds are 150 to 1. Todd Gilliland is going to take over the ride that Michael McDowell left, and hopefully he'll help grow the team as a seasoned driver, because Noah Gragston is still a rookie, and so is his new teammate, Zane Smith, who is a true rookie, who came over from Spire Motorsports last year. Now, Todd's odds are 250 to 1, but while Zane's is 170 to 1. Now, both teams were just under the top 20. This year, I think 2 of those teams are going to make the top 20 and get a little bit higher get up towards the number 15. Let's start with Joe Gibbs. This year, Joe Gibbs is one of the powerhouses. Here we go. Picking up some big changes with the loss of Martin Truex Jr. Retiring. Denny Hamlin had a great year last year, but he's got a new crew chief. He's got a new crew chief this year. So I'm wondering how quick are they going to gel? Because, it takes a while for crew chiefs and drivers to get along. I think that he will make the Final Four. And I think that this is his year that the Toyotas beat the Fords at Phoenix, and he will take the championship. Now, his championship odds are 15 to 2, so I guess I'm going to have to put some money down on this. Now, Chase Briscoe is replacing the retired Martin Truex Jr., but how quickly can he step out of that shadow? Because, that is some big shoes when you step back and look at it. His odds are 18 to 1 to make the championship, and Christopher Bell, who just missed the Final Four last year, he'll make that Final Four, as his odds are 11 to 2. Ty Gibbs does. Ty Gibbs comes into this year with a 22 to 1 odds that he will win the championship, but he will break into the postseason this year. Now let's jump on to the other powerhouse, shall we? And Hendrick. It's kind of hard to improve from last year. Kyle Larson picks up where he left off. I mean, Kyle can win at anything. I mean, he won the Chili Bowls. He won the sprint cars. I mean, the only thing he hasn't won in is IndyCar and F1, and I have heard rumors of him actually looking to do one of those double dips, with F1, Formula One, and NASCAR, but that's kind of a long shot, really. He's going to pick up where he left off at. His championship odds are 11-2. Chase Elliott, even though he won the Bowman Gray race, that's only just an exhibition. We're fixing to go for real money now. And he can be a contender on the short tracks. His championship odds are going to be 11-1. William Byron has really good odds to make the Final Four if he can actually perform, because he went backslid a little bit last year. Now they got him as a 6-1 odds. Alex Bowman this year, he is a 35-1 odds. So, I mean, you really can't beat those. But finally, we got Penske here. Now, Austin Cindric is steadily improving from last year, and he needs to get out of the gates quickly and be consistent. Now, his championship odds is 100-1. Ryan Blaney, his odds of the championship are 13-2. I do think he'll make the Final Four, but I don't think he'll have it to win. But also Logano here, yeah, he's going to come in as defending champion. His odds are 17-2. So I got some little news notes for you. Are you ready for that?
Lay it on us.
Now, Netflix is rumored to be picking up Formula One, speaking of Formula One, because the contract with ESPN is up. Now, it's $90 million for the contract to broadcast the Formula One rights in the U.S. And if you've noticed, all of these streaming services are picking up the live sports action. You know, like how they had that fight with whoever and whatever, and you got the NFL putting more on Amazon, and you know they're really picking it up. So I mean, what's to say? You know, all of this doesn't leave network air TV and get onto the streaming. Now, I guess you heard the NASCAR Hall of Fame was last weekend. Did you hear about this?
I know, but we can learn more after we pause for a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is providing the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency with more power to reshape the federal government.
Trump signed into action an executive order Tuesday requiring agencies to work with DOGE to slash workforces. When asked about people calling his efforts a hostile takeover, Musk said that people voted for major government reform, and that is what the people are going to get. I'm Brian Shook.
An alleged child sexual abuse suspect from Washington County, Oregon, was caught in Texas, apparently trying to flee the country to Mexico. Jesus Naranjo Gallardo was indicted in January. Deputy David Huey spoke with KATU.
There's certainly a potential that other victims are out there who have not come forward, because it takes a lot of courage to talk about this.
He's been extradited to Oregon. Detectives said he fled the state after learning about the investigation. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back at it here as we turn the page on the calendar. A new day rolling in. Hump Day. Midweek coming on. Okay, what do we got? 12th day of February. There we go. Hello, Double R. Chiming in via Facebook. Hello, Steve, the Hot Shot family. Rolling 65 northbound, headed for Chicago. We're listening in. Everybody be safe. Hired Gun, let me see. Good morning, Hired Gun. Yesterday, U.S. scientists revealed that beer contains small traces of female hormones. To prove the theory, they fed 100 men 12 pints of beer and observed that 100% of them started talking nonsense and couldn't drive. Thank you, Hired Gun. That's a good one. All right, Roy says they got about 5 inches of snow there now in northwest Illinois. Good deal. We were talking about we just left off the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 3 names, and I'm going to see if you know who they are. Carl Edwards, Ricky Rudd, and Ralph Mooney. Do those names ring a bell?
2 out of 3.
Okay, which ones?
Carl Edwards, Ricky Rudd, but I'm not sure about the other guy.
Ralph Moody goes way back. He goes back to I think about the 70s and 80s. He was a really good racer. And they're well long overdue. There's other people too that are long overdue to go into the Hall, but it's just a matter of getting around. Now, the one I did find interesting though, does the name Dr. Dean Sicking ring a bell?
Can't say that it does. Was he one of the commentators or announcers?
He was actually the one that invented the safer barrier.
Oh.
So he is now in the Hall of Fame as well. And I think that's one of, other than the Hans device, that is one of the best inventions that they've ever came up with. Because because if you've ever noticed, since Dale Sr. passed away, there's not been any deaths in any form of NASCAR. I know they had the one accident, what was that, almost about 4 or 5 years ago, that IndyCar driver died, and I can't remember his name to save my life. But another news, Sunoco is going to be ending its fuel deal with NASCAR this year. Now, Steve, this is some big news, Steve. I thought this would never happen. I thought it was a joke. I went to 5 different sites on the new little Google machine. Yeah. NASCAR is looking to sell a stake in the company. Now, before everybody panics and freaks out, no, there's nothing financially wrong. No, this is not because of the lawsuit, and no, they're not getting rid of none of the tracks or anything else. They're trying to bring in some fresh money to grow the sport globally. But the thing NASCAR has got to understand, you are not global. Your teams are paying the transportation costs. And I don't know what it is going to cost to ship a NASCAR hauler and all the bits and pieces all the way to England. And how long is that going to take? I mean, if you look at the Formula One schedule, I mean, there's gaps in between the races. It's like about 2 or 3 weeks in between the races. And then on top of that, you got to look at the passports, the road situations, because over in England, they can't handle these transporters on their roads. If you ever notice, they don't have those big long-nosed Peterbilts with the 150-inch sleepers and these kind of trailers. So they need to get back into reality and focus on growing it here in the States. And growing it maybe in Canada, Mexico, yeah, I can understand. And like Eagle does say, and I have said many times, it makes no sense into going to Mexico because of the whole security protocols. And granted, yes. But now, the other thing, too, is, now they had a media day here, was it a couple 3 days ago, they had a little media day set up. Now, we've talked about this ad nauseum, Steve. Steve Phelps is one of the heads of NASCAR. He is really optimistic about adding a 4th manufacturer real soon. But it's like we've said, there's a problem here, Gracie, and they're about to figure out what the problem is. See, to be in NASCAR, you have to have a pushrod V8 engine. And Nissan and Kia don't want any part of this because, A, they don't make a pushrod V8 engine, or they don't have the funding and the resources to put into that particular program. Toyota's put, I don't know how many millions of dollars into the program. So the only viable option, and they're heavily recruiting, and the rumor is Honda's coming in. But Honda only makes a twin-turbo V6, like what they use in the Indy cars. So that's the only holdup for Honda to come in is that engine. So now they said that in one of the races last year, Martin Truex Jr. ran some sort of a sensor or something that gave him some sort of feedback on that engine. So Is it possible Honda's coming in? Yeah. But there's going to be tweaks. There's got to be some sort of tweaks, because the concern is the overperformance of the V6 and the twin turbos not meeting up to what the pushrod V8s are. That's the only holdup that's going on, Steve.
Well, they're not going to spend all the money and research and all that, or putting together a pushrod V8. All right, well, we'll have to follow. We'll take it one day at a time, right? There you go. NASCAR news as we get ready for, well, qualifying gets underway this evening for the Daytona 500. I guess we probably should have seen it coming. Have you seen some of the videos as of late at various Costco locations when they get a shipment of eggs in? People literally loading an entire grocery cart with eggs. I don't know if these are people that run local restaurants or what, buying hundreds of eggs. But they sell out in a matter of minutes. The egg shortage triggered by the bird flu, prompting several grocery stores, including Costco and Trader Joe's, to now limit purchases. Trader Joe's, with about 600 stores across the country, has implemented a 1 dozen eggs per day limit. Now, we hope these limits will help ensure that as many of our customers who need eggs are able to purchase them when they visit Trader Joe's, according to a representative. Sprouts Farmers Market has also set limits on the number of fresh eggs. A sign on empty egg shelves informing customers that egg availability must be limited in the coming weeks, restricting purchases to 4 dozen per visit. Due to supply shortages, availability may be limited in the coming weeks. Limit 4 dozen per visit was the sign in one California store. Let's see, the giant Costco also warns of shortages. Costco issued a statement saying, due to supply challenges caused by the highly pathogenic avian influenza, shell eggs and egg products may be short or cut from delivery orders without notice. We apologize for any inconvenience. The grocery giant has reportedly imposed a limit of 3 packages of eggs per person, and they've also set a limit for online orders, allowing members to buy a maximum of 5 dozen at one time. Many shoppers taking to social media sharing pictures and videos of the panic buying of massive amounts of eggs at supermarkets. Now, according to the Department of Agriculture, a sharp increase in avian flu cases has now led to the deaths of over 40 million egg-laying birds last year. With fewer eggs available, prices jumping 14% from November to December, expected to continue rising another 20% this year. We all know several weeks ago, Waffle House responded, raising the cost by 50 cents surcharge for each egg involved in a meal at their 2,100 restaurants. There are some shoppers reporting egg prices at $9 or more per carton in certain states. California is one of those. California, I know that some of the areas they're saying $9 a dozen. Wow. All right, so limitations, I'm not surprised. 844-844-3388. The biggest storm of the winter, packing a fire hose of rain across much of California, will trigger flooding, mudslides, and road closures that may put lives and property at risk for the latter portion of this week. We're talking feet of snow over the high country of the Sierra. Rain and mountain snow are needed in California. They saw a very dry January, but a major storm packing a plume of moisture will evolve into the atmospheric river and slide southward along the California coast. That fire hose effect will direct a period of torrential rain along the shoreline, the coast ranges, and the lower west-facing elevations of the Sierra Nevada, especially between Thursday and Friday. Some precursor rain will fall later today into the start of Thursday, a general 2 to 4 inches along the lower elevations of the California coast, 4 to 8 inches in the west and southwest-facing slopes of the coastal mountains. Now, this is rain. Some areas could see 11 inches of rain, and much of the rain is likely to fall in 12 hours or less. That's going to rapidly run off. We could be talking disastrous flash flooding, mudslides, hillside collapses in the steep terrain areas. Making matters worse will be the burn scars that had swept through Southern California. There is little to hold back the water and the mud flows as the onset of these storms demonstrated back in late January. Some of the runoff can be toxic in some locations as it washes ash and other debris into streams, then reaches the beaches. 2 to 4 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada above 6,000 feet. Local amounts up to 6 feet may occur over some of the ridges and peaks in the California mountain range. Now, this is just what the high country and ski resorts need, but it's going to lead to some temporary problems. Roads will likely close, including Interstate 80 and Donner Pass. Snow will come down 2 to 4 inches per hour at times. Crews will not be able to keep up with that. While there was no shortage of water, reservoir and stream levels were dropping following months of nearly bone-dry conditions since last spring. Dry conditions during the late spring to the start of autumn are pretty typical. It's the lack of rain and mountain snow from mid-fall through the first part of winter that is abnormal. All right, we've seen rainfall and the Sierra snowpack well short of historical average, especially in the southern areas. Since the start of the rainy season in October, Southern California has only seen anywhere from 5 to, say, 35% of the average rainfall. This particular storm will help bring rain and mountain snow back on track, but more non-flooding storms will be needed as we head toward early spring. The snow that falls in the hill country this time of year becomes all that vital runoff into the area streams, rivers, and reservoirs for the water supply during the warmer, drier months come summertime.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, chemicals. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, there was a post this past day from, I guess, Tom Homan, who says the DOJ has seemed to have identified those who leaked the details of ICE raids, and they originated from the FBI. Homan said they will lose their job, their pension, they're going to go to jail. Where are these leaks coming from was the question. Homan says, well, look, we're thinking it's coming from inside, and we know the first leak of a report is under current investigation. We think we've identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI, but I talked to the Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up criminal investigation. They've promised that not only this person will lose their job and their pension, but they're going to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. So we are all over it. We've got the Department of Homeland Security Investigator General investigating the first one. Have a pretty good idea what happened. Can't share it because it's under investigation. We are sending a strong message, though. It's just not, going to giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension, right? When you're arresting, giving like Venezuelan gangs a heads up so we can arrest them, you are putting officers' lives at risks. It's only a matter of time before we walk into a place and there's going to be a bad guy that doesn't care. He's going to be sitting and wait for the officers to show up and ambush them. This is not a game. So Homeland Security and the Department of Justice are connected at the hip right now to hold these people responsible in a criminal fashion. Meanwhile, Kristi Noem mincing no words about her frustration with the corrupt agents who allegedly leaked information about the major ICE raids planned for the Los Angeles area. Friday, the LA Times reported federal agencies had coordinated a large-scale raid in or around LA to be conducted sometime this month. As the basis for that report, the Times cited an internal government document and a federal law enforcement official who spoke on condition of anonymity. ICE was supposed to take the lead on this raid, while the FBI and Drug Enforcement Administration would also play a role, according to these sources. They needed more bodies, said the anonymous official, who also claimed that certain federal agents would be resistant to the immigration enforcement agenda of the Trump administration. FBI managers are taking efforts to resist the president's deportation order and openly referring to anyone who participates as Nazis. Now, 2 days after the Times report was published, Kirsty Noem retweeted it and publicly called out the FBI and other crooked deep state agents who she indicated may have leaked the information about the impending raid. The FBI is so corrupt, we will work with any and every agency to stop leaks and prosecute those crooked deep state agents to the fullest extent of the law. Former FBI Special Agent Steve Friend confirming Noem's characterization of the agency, claiming that deep staters within the Bureau are actively attempting to thwart Trump's efforts when it comes to illegal immigration. One key means of doing so, Friend said, is by outing and isolating agents who support the Trump agenda. I've been informed by multiple people in separate FBI offices that managers are taking efforts to resist the deportation order. They're permitting people to opt out of operations. They're openly referring to anyone who actually participates as Nazis, and they're asking for volunteers, clearly indicating anyone signing up to participate will self-identify as a conservative and be subject to retaliation. Our new Attorney General likewise slammed federal agents who would leak information about raids, endangering the enforcement officers. Yeah, people don't understand that jeopardizes the lives of our men and women in law enforcement. If you leaked it, we'll find out who you are, and we will come after you. And this is not going to stop our mission. It's not going to stop the president's mission to make America safe again.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is providing the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency with more power to reshape the federal government.
Trump signed into action an executive order Tuesday requiring agencies to work with DOGE to slash workforces. When asked about people calling his efforts a hostile takeover, Musk said that people voted for major government reform, and that is what the people are going to get. I'm Brian Shook.
An American teacher imprisoned in Russia has been released.
Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, negotiated a deal with the Kremlin to release Mark Fogel, and his mother Malfine is thrilled.
He called me earlier today saying that he was in a Moscow airport and waiting to fly to Washington, D.C.
Fogel was arrested on charges of bringing medical marijuana into Russia in 2021. The American teacher was released from the Kremlin's custody and left on Witkoff's plane. I'm Lisa Taylor.
An alleged child sexual abuse suspect from Washington County, Oregon, was caught in Texas, apparently trying to flee the country to Mexico. Jesus Naranjo Gallardo was indicted in January. He was formerly a teaching assistant. He's been accused of abusing a child in the town of Cornelius. Deputy David Huey spoke with KATU.
There's certainly a potential that other victims are out there who have not come forward because it takes a lot of courage to talk about this.
He's been extradited to Oregon. Detectives said he fled the state after learning about the investigation. O'Reilly Auto Parts are going to be paying employees for lost sick pay.
Under Washington's paid sick leave law, employers are required to allow workers to carry over up to 40 hours of unused sick pay from one year to the next. Washington Labor and Industries found O'Reilly improperly eliminated unused sick pay for 2,327 employees when the company switched to a new payroll vendor in 2022. O'Reilly will pay $163,000 to cover the lost sick pay. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Pope Francis is criticizing President Trump's immigration policy. In an open letter to America's Catholic bishops, Francis noted he's closely following the mass deportations taking place in the U.S., calling it a major crisis. The pontiff added, quote, "What is built on the basis of force and not the truth about the equal dignity of every human being begins badly and will end badly," close quote.
Soltanto in fare muri, sia dove sia, e non fare ponti, non è cristiano.
Francis has long been a critic of Trump's stance on immigration. Elon Musk is making a $92 billion bid for controlling interest in OpenAI, the startup he helped found.
The ChatGPT company's CEO, Sam Altman, dismissed the offer with a post on X offering to, quote, buy Twitter for $9.74 billion instead. OpenAI is currently in the process of transitioning to for-profit status, something Musk opposes. Musk's company, xAI, competes with OpenAI with its generative AI assistant, Grok. I'm Phil Hewlett.
There's good news for New York City's mayor.
The Department of Justice is set to drop the federal corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. CNN obtained a memo sent by Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, which instructed the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District to dismiss the charges as soon as is practicable. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We have indeed crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. You're welcome into a Wednesday Hump Day. All right, who we got on board here? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. It's a huge nothing burger in Ottumwa, Iowa, as in 0 on the temperature. We've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for the land of Dixie at a high rate of speed. How about a special corn patch shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Iowa. 0. Big old nothing burger. Let's see, Roki. Roki's on board, said about an 18-pack of large eggs at Kroger. When I opened the carton, I noticed they're different sizes, which the scale confirmed. I then learned that eggs are sold by minimum weight per carton, not by individual egg dimensions. Okay. Something you learn, something new every day. Well, speaking of, I guess, so there's an egg shortage now, right? Everybody panic. Yeah, the Trump administration taking the first steps to directly address the nationwide shortage of eggs by making it easier for drivers and trucking companies to transport live chickens away from areas affected by the bird flu. Over the past weekend, the FMCSA issuing a regional emergency declaration that loosens the hours of service regulations for motor carriers. The exemptions respond to the spread of the highly pathogenic avian influenza, which is resulting in the widespread loss of chicken flocks in affected areas, impacting populations and the national food supply, including the supply of eggs, as it affects people and property. All right, this declaration addresses the emergency conditions creating a need for immediate interstate transportation of live chickens from highly impacted areas. They point out that California, Iowa, and Louisiana in December gave motor carriers 14-day emergency waivers regarding the avian flu. Because those emergency conditions have not abated and have now arisen in other states, the FMCSA is issuing this declaration expanding and granting regulatory relief. This, of course, we've been following the bird flu since January of 22. It has since killed millions of egg-laying chickens that in turn has led to egg shortages, prices for a carton in some cases rising to $10. In the latest weekly market report, the Department of Agriculture stated that outbreaks of the bird flu continue here in February. New cases being reported in Ohio, and the first case reported in Pennsylvania. This exacerbates the supply situation, particularly in eastern markets. as retailers begin placing limits on how many eggs customers can buy per visit. We shared a bit ago, Trader Joe's and Costco have started implementing such policies. When the egg shortage was brought up at the White House press conference last month, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, blamed it on the Biden administration. Okay, so who can you blame it on? The bird flu, it's spread by wild birds, migrating birds, and of course, then being transplanted from one via the tractor trailers and the equipment moving the chickens from one facility to the next. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Pappy this morning. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Man, Steve, I'll tell you, man, we just don't know what to believe. I don't know about this whole bird flu thing, man. Killing all these. Steve, I would not put it past, you know, that this is done on purpose. Would not put it past them. I did see I won't really say it was a documentary, but it was a short, about a half hour long. We were talking with some so-called experts. And supposedly gain of function was used to produce a so-called bird flu now. They were saying that that wild geese could not catch this thing or something.
Really?
That they manufactured it to where that the wild geese could. Which means that it could be, you know, the geese flying around would be able to transmit it easier in a lot of other places.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You just see so much stuff, Steve, you just don't know what to believe. But man, when we talk about people inside this government, I don't put nothing past them, man. Nothing past them. I mean, look at the way they're acting right now.
Mm-hmm.
All the criminals that are moaning and griping and want this stove shut down because they don't want the waste and they want it to continue. They don't want to lose their piggy bank, and they don't want to end up maybe being investigated themselves, so they got to shut Elon Musk down. And Steve, what you just said, I mean, we got people inside the FBI that are taking the side of criminals. Supposedly these people wear a badge and took an oath, and they are dropping the dime on ICE. They're coming to get you? Are you kidding me?
Putting those agents at risk. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like immigration and customs will go in where they're going to do it. They'll work with like local law enforcement, right? If they came here, would they possibly work with your department on going in some of these cases?
Steve, here's the deal. When they do these operations, right? A lot of time they got to get search warrants. Okay? And when you do search warrants, there's people involved, and it's usually the ICE members that are supervisors that are writing the search warrants. The search warrants have to be taken to a judge. A judge will sign off on it. Then it's got to go to the clerk's office of that jurisdiction. And how many people have their paws on that piece of paper? Steve, I'm going back 5, 6, 7 years right here in Hamilton County. There was a clerk working down in the clerk's office responsible for entering warrants, taking warrants out, filing, complaints, affidavit, that kind of thing. And this person was getting information when, say, our Renu or some other agents were getting ready to do a search warrant. It would come across her desk. And she was making phone calls and tipping people off. And they got her. But man, inside the FBI, if this is true, that they are going to protect criminals committing crimes against our citizens. I mean, it boggles my mind that these people, that's how whacked out they are, care more about this than they do the lives of people out here trying to protect other people. That's who we're dealing with, Steve.
And is this not the ramifications of how many years have they been doing the whole DEI hire stuff? And these are the people that are sympathetic to the cause. And, they're just looking for a better way of life. Yeah.
Remember what I said the other night? How do you get people in spots that they're really not qualified for? How do we get these people in there? Well, let's create this diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's how you get them in there. You got other people more qualified, but they don't get that position because somebody else with a different skin color, or different pigment in their skin, or different background, or whatever crazy nonsense. Like Eagle said, man, when you jump on a plane, Steve, right, you want the best pilot. You don't care if it's male, female, transgender. You just, if it's the best person for the job, that's who I want flying the plane. Listen, your news just had a story on here too about this snowman, right? That was built in this park, and it meant to resemble him. Steve, listen to me. This is the far left, whacked out people we're talking about here. Pulling another Jesse Smollett, right? The old hanging noose thing in the NASCAR garage.
Mm-hmm.
These are all paid agitators to come in and create this environment where everybody thinks this is going on when it's not. Did you see the news Friday, last weekend? We made national news, Steve.
I didn't catch it then, but I did after you sent me the heads up. I saw that like Monday morning. And these fools were from out of town, right? They weren't local?
Yes, sir. No. So there was a group, 8, 10 people, that jumped out of a couple vehicles. One of them was a U-Haul that was rented. And there's a large overpass. It goes over Interstate 75 there in Evendale. And it's a pretty big overpass. They just redid some construction there and got it done. It's probably like, I don't know, Steve, 6 lanes. Okay, when you get on the other side of that overpass, here in a little section of town that we patrol, and let's just say this little section, it's a small, I think you know what the name of this little place is, but it's like little Chicago, man. I'm telling you, okay? And so supposedly there was 8-10 Nazis that got out, got up on that overpass, and was waving Nazi flags and hanging Nazi banners over the overpass. Steve, they were all, not all of them, but several of them had AR-15s slung and carrying handguns that were in holsters, open carry rather. Ohio has this constitutional carry, which makes it not illegal to strap on a firearm and walk down the street with it in plain view. It's not illegal. So therefore, if nobody's committing a crime, Steve, we have talked about this. If nobody's committing no crime, I can't walk up and detain you for no reason and demand your ID. So they were exercising their First Amendment rights. Might not like what they are doing, but that's part of the First Amendment.
So they were
You heard the old saying,
trying to agitate that particular community, would you say, to try to garner some sort of response?
Well, as soon as they left that overpass, we kind of had to escort them out of there because things were getting ugly. So what happened is, as people were driving past, word got out in this community, hey, there's a bunch of Nazis up on the bridge. Well, about 200 residents decided they were going to go confront them. And in doing so, they started damaging vehicles. One of the vehicles that they drove up in, they parked on the other side of the overpass in this area and then walked up, the overpass. So somebody must have seen them get out of that car and start walking. Well, all four tires got slashed, windows got broken out. And Steve, it was really most of it happened on day shift. It was still going on when I came on. But there's 200 people out there, Steve, right? Ready to engage these people in a gun battle. I can't believe that there was no shots that rang out. Anyway, we managed to get them out of there. Like I said, they weren't committing a crime. Now, the residents felt different. They felt they should have been arrested for waving their Nazi flags, which we get in the free speech. The old saying is, I disagree with what you're saying, but I'll fight to the death your right to say it, right? Well, they were literally now saying that we were in cahoots at the police department.
The law enforcement, okay.
Avondale and the sheriff's office was in cahoots with these Nazis because we didn't do anything. Rest of the weekend, Steve, the residents in this area, they decided they were going to sling their AR-15s and pack their pistolas and walk the streets trying to antagonize us, to try to stop them, interrogate them, trying to, just stirring the pot.
Yeah, trying to.
So these guys came from Columbus. They left Columbus. They came down here. After they left that overpass, they went downtown to Fountain Square, right? And they were hitting some other cities also in other states. Steve, I know, I can tell you this. These were paid agitators to come in and stir this pot. to get this narrative out that here we go, here comes the white supremacist again, right? Making it look like they're white supremacists when I'm Steve. I don't believe they were. I'd tell you if I thought they were. But there's things I just can't really talk about on the air right now. It suggests that they weren't being nothing but getting paid to come in here and stir the pot. To get this narrative out. Right? Orange man bad again. He's a Nazi. Trying to get this out there. Steve, when you find receipts that are being kept, right, so they can turn in these receipts to get paid. Okay? That vehicle where all the tires were slashed and everything, we had to tow it and get it out of there. It was a rent-a-car. It didn't belong to any of them. It was an Enterprise rent-a-car. But it was towed. So I'll just leave it at that. And anytime we tow something, we got to inventory what's in there.
Sure. And that paints a different narrative.
Kind of paints a different narrative. I'm just saying, Steve, beware of this stuff, man. Don't. Your listeners out here, you're going to see more of it. It's going to happen. And they're just trying to divide us even more because Trump train is full steam ahead on nuclear power now, and the Democrats are melting down and they can't have it. Telling you. I think that's about it, man. Hey, did Monkey Gouger call in Sunday night?
No, we still have not heard from the Gouge.
Yeah, because I put that out there and somebody said, I heard he called in last.
Yeah, that was Rubber Duck. He was confusing the two-time world champion. He thought you were talking about the bull hauler, but you were referencing the manure haulers. So he was confused.
Those are two different world championships.
Right.
Rubber Duck, get it together, man. Yeah, Steve, that was Sunday night, technically my Sunday night at work. I think I got to listen about 5 minutes of the show. We had another agency officer that got his head on. This is after the football game.
Right.
I think, Steve, I watched 2 plays, right? And I didn't really care about this football game. Could care less who won. Looked like Taylor Swift. Boo-hoo. Sorry about your luck there, young lady.
But you had to be out there during the aftermath of the big game and all the intoxicated drivers. That's what he got to participate in, the aftermath. All right, Pappy, thank you. We got a roll here. News update, bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is providing the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency with more power to reshape the federal government.
Trump signed into action an executive order Tuesday requiring agencies to work with DOJ to slash workforces. When asked about people calling his efforts a hostile takeover, Musk said that people voted for major government reform, and that is what the people are going to get. I'm Brian Shook.
An alleged child sexual abuse suspect from Washington County, Oregon, was caught in Texas, apparently trying to flee the country to Mexico. Jesus Naranjo Gallardo was indicted in January. Deputy David Huey spoke with KATU.
There's certainly a potential that other victims are out there who have not come forward because it takes a lot of courage to talk about this.
He's been extradited to Oregon. Detectives said he fled the state after learning about the investigation. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Let's get back at it. See what's going on with Senor Heatwave. Are you playing in the snow or the rain or what you got?
No, I left that back in Salt Lake City. It was cloudy and it had snow flurries in some parts, and some parts it was clear, but it's coming. They're expecting up to 3 feet of snow to be dumped on Soldier Summit there on US 6. So, yeah, I'm out of there with a set of empties. Well, Pope Francis has got to understand that the Vatican has a wall around it, and it's very strict on letting people in.
Mm-hmm.
The heaven has a gate, and there are rules about how to get in that you're supposed to accomplish down here. And if you don't make it there, Catholics believe you go to purgatory for the punishment of your sins, or you go straight to hell. So, what a hypocrite he is. And all I can say to him is, yeah, you can go straight to hell too there, Pope Francis. You don't represent me. Biden, Catholic, what an embarrassment. And Rambler was talking about praying for your pets, and the patron saint of the pets in the Catholic religion is Saint Francis of Assisi. So we got those three squared away. And we'll leave this on a high, funny note. Young lady goes to a priest, says a confession, and she says, "Father, I made love to a man, that son of a," and the priest says, "Oh, wait a minute, we don't use that language here." She says, "Well, he put his hands upon me, that son of a," and so the priest comes through the curtain and says, "Did he put his hands on you like this?" She says, "Yes, Father, that son of a," well, hey, let's keep it calm. Says, "Then he put his hands on my legs," and she said, "That son of a," and he says, "Now, did he put his hands on you like this?" And she's like, "Yes, Father, he did." And he says, well, then what else happened? Says, "Then he made mad, passionate love to me, that son of a," he's like, "And now, did he do it like this?" And he made mad, passionate love to her. She says, "Yes, Father, that son of a." Now, young lady, there's nothing wrong with that if you were a willing participant. She says, "Yeah, I was willing, but after we got done, he said he had AIDS." And the priest looked around and said, "That son of a..."
All righty, Senor Heatwave. There you go. Now, let me see here. Hey, we did hear from the lovely Dingbat. Wacky Wednesday. All right, Mr. Peabody firing up the Wayback Machine after some technical issues. Now, let's hope there's no hiccups today. But for today's notable birthdays, other than Abraham Lincoln, at 1809, Charles Darwin was born. 1877, Louis Renault, one of the founders of Renault Motor Cars. 1930, Arlen Specter born. Today is National Plum Pudding Day. Oh, yummy. It is National Lost Penny Day. And lastly, it is National Hug Day. Well, hugs for all. Now, the Wayback Machine operating at normal temperature. Ready to roll. 1793, the first U.S. fugitive slave law passes, requiring return of escaped slaves. 1825, the Creek Indian Treaty signed, giving their tribal lands to the government, and move by September 1. That's 1826. In 1873, Congress passes the Coinage Act of 1873, which places all coins on the gold standard. 1909, on this date, the NAACP forms. 1914, the Lincoln Memorial is dedicated. 1949, panic in Ecuador after War of the Worlds is broadcast. And Brain Dead wanted me to throw in, but Kel Yarborough qualifies for the Daytona 500 in 1984 on this day. There you go. Well, that's it for the day. Yeah, War of the Worlds, yep. The panic that caused. Theater of the Mind, as it was referenced. All right, are you still on board there, Eagle? Welcome back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Donald Trump for a few minutes. I wanted to see what you think about Donald Trump. With Elon Musk, do a lot of talking, but I still believe Donald Trump is still in charge. Elon, I don't know where he's coming from, and I don't think that he's trying to upstage Donald Trump. I think that Elon is trying to help Donald Trump, try to be successful. And I don't see nothing wrong. I don't think that you should have to be, you shouldn't have to be elected to be, be in the White House, president or something,
He's an advisor. I mean, President Trump actually had him in the Oval Office, and they sat down for, 30, 40 minutes, and I guess it was like you could tune in via like a screen chat. I'm not sure if the networks, I think some of them were actually carrying that, trying to explain what Elon's doing.
Yeah. I've seen the video of it tonight before it went, where Trump is in there, where Elon is in there with his son in the White. Yeah. And what these people are saying, Steve, these Democrats like Maxine Waters and the black lady with the shaved head, whatever her name is, they're saying that Elon Musk wasn't elected. There's no official position for this guy. And yeah, they may be right about that. No, he wasn't elected, but that doesn't mean that he can't be in the White House. That doesn't mean that he can't be helping and advising Donald Trump on this investigation of unspent money. That's what Elon Musk was talking about tonight. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with Elon Musk doing what he's doing, because he's finding money that people have been spending, Steve. These people have spent a lot of money. I told you earlier, the $59 million that these people were paying for these hotel rooms. And then you got this guy, and then you still got this going on, Steve. Tom Ullman, he talked again yesterday, but they gonna find the person that's doing this, Steve. They got an inside guy. They got somebody that's working with the bad people against the ICE units. They still having problems going when they get ready to do a raid. They go to the house, and the house has already been evacuated, because somebody is informing the bad guys that the ICE is coming. So it's got to be an inside person. And when Holman said, and when they find this person, I hope they prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, Steve, because there's no reason for them to be doing this, to be calling up the bad guys and letting them know that ICE is coming in to arrest these people. So, because eventually somebody gonna get hurt. Like you say, you setting up the police, Steve. You talk to Pappy and all, and they'll probably tell you the same thing. That's the worst thing. You can walk into an ambush when somebody's ready for you, when they know you're coming. So hopefully they find out who this person is who's working with these people, and I hope they put them under the jail. When they catch this person, I hope they put them under the jail for doing what they're doing. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, again, good luck there with Daytona. Hopefully the weather will. Yeah, he's hoping to get to see some racing. I know he was going to talk to the boss about, hey, what if things get rained out? Can I stick around till Monday? All right, we'll see. He'll let us know. It is 844-844-3388. Hillbilly Tex, how the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve, and all my brother and sister truckers. I hope everybody's safe and sound. I got a few things I need to discuss this morning. These here elected officials, mayors or judges or city chief of police or whatever on these sanctuary cities. If you rob a bank, Steve, and you come to my house and I help you avoid the law, they arrest me for aiding and abetting,
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
Why can't we put all these elected officials in jail, because all these here criminals is coming across the border? They illegal. I I don't understand that. And if somebody wants to discuss it, I got the same phone number. Now, another thing, Steve, I don't know, it's about 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe 5 ago, said that lost my train of thought there for a minute. The bird flu deal had done strucken into the cows, you know.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
The dairy herds.
You give that report.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, is that going to affect our beef supply too, like it did the eggies?
Well, no.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. But now the final thing I wanted to discuss, and I ain't smart enough to figure it out. 3 or 4 months ago, you was giving out. Well, it may not have been that long, month maybe. You was giving out that we was either remodeling or moving a lab over here in the United States, and they lost 100 files of live viruses. Has anybody found them yet?
That was, I believe, if memory was that. I thought that was in Australia, the particular lab. Now, I've never heard anything in regards to whether they figured that one out or not. That just kind of dropped under the radar. Your question about the dairy cattle and the bird flu, yes, it is impacting. It continues to infect herds all over the country, but the cattle are not susceptible, do not have to be culled like the birds do. The chickens, they have to kill the whole flock. In most cases, the cattle can recover. You know that they've been saying do not drink the raw, unpasteurized milk. The pasteurization process would kill the bird flu, but I guess I don't think there's any concerns about the cattle herd being impacted. So, and what was your first question there? Oh yeah, in regards to aiding and abetting, right? Well, border czar Tom Homan has a good deal in common with his boss, and that, of course, is none other than the president's. For instance, both of them shoot it straight with reporters, and neither man pulls any punches. When it comes to illegal immigration, at an impromptu press gaggle outside the White House yesterday, Tom Homan warned officials in Democrat-dominated sanctuary cities, you will, quote, get exactly what they don't want because they forced us into the precise action that those officials tried to avoid. Specifically, he meant sanctuary cities are going to get more agents in the neighborhood and more non-criminals being arrested. The border czar has long complained sanctuary cities' policies are putting immigration and customs enforcement agents' lives in danger. For instance, those policies preclude cooperation with ICE, which result in sanctuary city officials releasing criminal migrants back into the local community. From there, the ICE agents have to track them down and arrest them under far more dangerous circumstances. Thus, Homan repeated his plea for sanctuary city officials to hold the criminal migrants in their jails. Let us arrest the bad guy in the jail. Otherwise, ICE will surely continue to arrest lower priority migrants. Non-criminals are being arrested at a higher rate, and they're going to keep being arrested at a higher rate because if we can't arrest the bad guy in the jail, we got to go out in the community. And when we go into the community, we'll find the bad guy. When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that weren't necessarily a criminal priority, but they're going to get arrested too. Now, he warned, following the comments about roadblocks and leaks coming out of these sanctuary cities, He promised Attorney General Pam Bondi will investigate the offending sanctuary city officials and hold them accountable. Above all, he demanded that those officials give ICE agents access to the county jails. That kind of access makes things safer for everyone involved. Finally, before the brief gaggle ended, Homan, who is a Catholic, responded to the question about Pope Francis, repeating earlier criticism of the pontiff, stating the Pope ought to fix the Catholic Church. Indeed, one cannot help noticing the hypocrisy of the Pope's advocacy on behalf of illegal immigrants. He wants to attack us for securing our border. Well, he's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? Okay. You can find the entire press gaggle. It's actually linked up on YouTube from this past day. So Homan, like Trump, never disappoints when he talks to the hostile press. Now, they say for those who listened closely, this particular encounter left two distinct and related impressions. First, in their misguided efforts to shield criminal migrants, sanctuary city officials have ironically made everyone else less safe, including non-criminal migrants. Second, you can sense Homan has exhausted his patience when it comes to these sanctuary cities. One hopes, of course, that Pam Bondi's investigations will soon put some teeth behind these warnings. Either way, the long-promised deportations appear likely to continue into the foreseeable future.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Let me see. It's been quite a while since we've heard from Cruz and Daryl.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Hello, Daryl. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. 17 below, going through Fargo, so
wow,
nice and cool outside, which ain't all that bad. It ain't too windy, so I can live with this. But anyway, how you been?
Doing just fine. Doing well. New year underway.
We got any crew? Yes, Happy New Year, by the way. It's been a while since I talked to you.
Uh-huh.
You know, listening to Eagle talk about their Democrats are crying because they never elected Musk. Well, we never elected Fauci either, did we? But what he said was gospel. You never heard him complain about him.
Right.
And I've always heard kind of an analogy, when you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the one you hit is the one that barks. It's funny how all the Democrats are barking, but none of the Republicans are, so you know who's got things to hide.
Yes, sir.
So, anyway, I just thought that was kind of ironic how they want to keep complaining about not electing Musk, but yet everything they wanted, they got. And the Republicans really never complained about that much. So, anyways, just thought I'd throw that out for what it's worth.
So how's the better half? How's the fam? Everybody doing all right?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. My son's going to have another little one here come May, so I'll be grandpa number 2.
All right.
So I'm kind of looking forward to that. But, yeah, my wife and Michelle, our daughter, they're going down to the Caribbean someplace for her birthday next week, I think it is. So they'll have a good time down there. It'll be a little warmer there than it is up here.
Yeah, can you shut the barn door up there? I mean, I've had enough of this.
Well, I have too, but nobody seems to really turn the heater on, so I guess we'll just have to sit here and adjust.
Right.
But like I said, at least it ain't windy, so that's half the battle there. So, anyway, how's you and your family doing?
Everybody doing all right. Stephen's still recovering from the knee thing. Looks like it may be another month or two before he gets to go back to work, but...
Well, he'll be a lot better off now, I think, won't he? With that, what did he replace it, or what did he have done to it?
It was the ACL. They had to repair that, so it's been he's still going, I guess, through therapy and whatnot. And the doctors have to sign off on when he's actually able to get back in the field, because I guess it's a pretty strenuous job out there trying to hold a canine when they're dragging you along.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's funny. We a couple of years ago, a couple of friends of mine, we went down to Maggie Valley, North Carolina with the bikes. We stopped at Bloomington, Indiana at the Harley dealer there to buy some T-shirts. And while we were in there, this 2 guys came in, and one was on the phone, and I thought, well, that's kind of inconsiderate. I never thought much of it. And then we got what we needed, and went outside and started putting things away in the bikes, and all of a sudden there were cops up the wazoo just flying into that parking lot. And all of a sudden this guy starts running. And one of the cops said to the other one, stop. And he told the dog to sig him. And that dog had one thing and one thing only on his mind, and he got him. And it's kind of funny how those dogs know, and they want to go when they know that they need to get the job done. So yeah, it's kind of cool to have a dog like that with you.
And when they hit their target, man, oh man, there's a reason they refer to them as fur missiles. When they'll be charging at you 100 mile an hour, and they'll take that leap. They're airborne, and when they hit you, boy, it's like you're getting hit by a ton of lead. Boom. All right. Hey, great to hear from you, Daryl. Don't be a stranger now. It's been quite a while since he chimed in. But we got to get to our news break. Final hour coming up. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Elon Musk's plan to make the federal government more efficient may soon look at charities that receive taxpayer funds. Congressman Tony Gonzalez wants that to include those on the southern border that help illegal immigrants.
We have to make sure that they're not going towards these NGOs that are helping fuel this border crisis.
The Texas Republican says this is going to help with the Trump administration's success in securing the border. In addition, he's calling on Congress to pass long-term solutions. A third federal judge has blocked President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship. That's not stopping Republicans from backing legislation that would deny rights to the children of illegals.
It does not eliminate birthright citizenship. It clarifies it.
Texas Congressman Brian Babin is leading that push. 9 lawsuits have been filed so far challenging the birthright citizenship order. Lawyers with the ACLU argue that it attempts to upend one of the most fundamental American constitutional values. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is directing the military to put a pause on the recruitment of transgenders.
Hegseth is also ordering a suspension of planned procedures for current service members with gender dysphoria. It comes along with President Trump's executive order that essentially bans trans military service. Hegseth wrote in a memorandum for senior Pentagon leadership, efforts to split our troops along the lines of identity weaken our force and make us vulnerable. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Google Map users will now see the Gulf of Mexico displayed as the Gulf of America. The switch comes after President Trump signed an executive order to rename the Gulf.
Air Force One is currently in international waters for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
The Associated Press claims the White House blocked them from covering an official event today because they referred to the Gulf of America as the Gulf of Mexico. AAA reports the average price per gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Kauai, Hawaii has the most expensive gas at $5.20 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi is down to $2.54 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Steve Bannon is pleading guilty to defrauding New Yorkers who donated to an online fundraiser related to building a border wall.
Steve Bannon, an ally of President Trump, pleaded guilty in exchange for a sentence with no prison time. Bannon defrauded donors of the We Build the Wall fundraiser and will serve a sentence of conditional discharge for 3 years. It means he can't serve as director of any New York nonprofit or raise any money for charities that have assets in the state. Bannon previously served prison time for contempt of Congress. I'm Natalie McLeod.
Another wave of the flu has struck the nation.
Health officials say the rapid rise in cases is causing doctor visits for flu-related symptoms to reach their highest in 15 years. Visits to providers for respiratory illnesses were close to 8% last year, which is the highest since the swine flu outbreak. The CDC estimates there have been 24 million cases of the flu this season, causing more than 300,000 hospitalizations and 13,000 deaths. Recent data shows that 45 states remain in the high or very high category for flu activity. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Italian researchers say you should pet your dog before you leave the house.
Researchers at the University of Pisa in Italy found if you pet your dog one last time before racing out the door, it will reduce anxiety for your pet and you. Because petting a dog for 5 minutes lowers the stress hormone cortisol and increases oxytocin. That's the feel-good hormone. Research shows it's a win-win for all. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, here we go. Kick off that final hour. One more time around here on a Wednesday, midweek already. Is it time to start thinking about the weekend? Nah, it won't be long. All right, I look at the screen. I say, the blind man is on board, and he said, I got a question. Is Drill Baby Drill in full force? Haven't really been hearing anything. Yeah, before I pick up the blind man, this is what I came across from the Oil Price Information Service. A very reliable source of factual news on what's going on in the oil markets. In regards to Drill Baby Drill, despite Trump's full throttle push to unleash U.S. energy, the oil producers, the actual producers in the Permian Basin, apparently are kind of keeping their foot on the brakes. At a Houston conference this week, energy executives made it clear that while production is still growing, the breakneck pace of the past decade is history. This year, 2025, Permian output is expected to rise by about 250 to 300,000 barrels per day, down from last year's 380,000 barrel per day increase. That's about a 25% slowdown, and it's not because of market condition. It is intentional, they say. Thursday of last week, Chevron's Barbara Harrison kind of summed up the mood to Reuters News, stating, "We still expect to see growth in the Permian, but we expect to see that moderated." In other words, U.S. shale is no longer in drill baby drill mode. Instead of chasing volume, companies are focused on keeping their costs in check and delivering returns to investors. That's a stark contrast to the, what they referred to as reckless production boom that we saw in the 2010s. Now, even though the U.S. remains the world's top producer at 13.2 million barrels per day, capital discipline is the new mantra, according to Coterra Energy's Shannon Flowers. She kind of spoke of the irony. The Trump administration wants lower energy prices. That is not necessarily good for the producers. Refiners like Delek are bracing for potential supply constraints as these producers actually hold back. And with Trump's tariffs on Canadian and Mexican imports still possibly looming, there's even more uncertainty in the mix. The bottom line, they say, is the days of unbridled U.S. shale expansion are over, according to the oil executives. The industry is moving cautiously, balancing supply growth with supply discipline at the same time. Trump may want a flood of new production, but Wall Street wants profits. And right now, Wall Street is on the winning side. Again, that's from the Oil Price Information Service. Yeah, we've known, historically, the cost of getting oil out of the ground for decades. The cost per barrel. It had to be at a $50 threshold or a $40 threshold. I don't know what the threshold is right now. They've become so much more efficient with their shale production, but they do not want to get those oil prices down to where it's costing more to get it out of the ground than they can actually sell the oil for. Right now, I think they feel like they're at a good level in the 70, maybe approaching $80 per barrel range. The diesel futures market right now trading at a fairly tight range, and it's showing up in relative stability at the pump. The weekly retail diesel price published by the Department of Energy and the Energy Information Administration this week, that's used for most of the fuel surcharges, rose 0.5 cents per gallon, $3.66. Now, in the past 10 trading days, the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME is down just 0.9 cents. So those moves are relatively minor. So not surprising, the retail prices are showing stability. And that's reflected in the last two very small moves in the price of fuel. The retail diesel benchmark remains significantly above the recent low of $3.45 a gallon from December the 9th. Most of the increase since then occurred in the first weeks of January as oil prices overall rose sharply on the back of a new package of sanctions imposed against the shipping of Russian oil that was implemented by the outgoing Biden administration. That pushed diesel prices as high as $3.71 a gallon. Coincidentally, on the day Donald Trump took office, January the 20th. Now, the price fell 5.5 cents a gallon the following week before these small upward moves, less than a penny, over the past 2 weeks. So that's kind of where things stand. Hopefully that answers your question. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, you answered partial my question here. I'm thinking about building the Keystone Pipeline, for example. I wonder if that's going to be going, or they're going to put a pause on that. They got an opportunity with Trump on their side, because once the watermelons start screaming their environmental crap, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Now, I have heard a commercial from Chevron, and they're claiming they have new technology that will enable them to drill for oil in the Gulf. Remember the tremendous oil spill with BP back, I think it was in 2010 or 12, somewhere in there. And they claim they have new technology to prevent that from happening again. But they got an opportunity, and they better take a hold of it, because you never know who's going to come in and really put the kibosh on the oil and gas companies. So I guess it's up to everybody. I told my neighbor, I said, her gas bill will come down eventually, but not as fast as I hoped. And I told her, I said, they're being very, very cautious. And I do have shares of Chevron, ConocoPhillips, BP, and ExxonMobil. And I am collecting dividends, but they need to really get out there and start, as Trump would say, drill, baby, drill, and especially up in Alaska, where the people up there get a royalty check, I guess, once a year from the oil companies. I don't know if that's still going on or not. My sister hasn't told me anything. She's in the hospital with a hip replacement, and I haven't heard from her for over a month, so I hope she's doing okay.
All right. Well, very good. Thank you much there, blind man. The Keystone, I did a quick search, and it's about a week ago when President Trump's recent executive order has reignited discussions about the XL pipeline, the Keystone, the long-debated oil infrastructure project that faced a lot of political and environmental scrutiny. Despite the renewed spotlight, they say the chances of reviving the pipeline are actually pretty slim, especially since the former developer has moved on from the venture. Okay, well, that makes sense. Now, the order, which reverses several directives from the Biden administration, includes a repeal of the January 2021 decision to revoke the Keystone XL's permit. But the project's future is still uncertain, as critical components of its development have since been dismantled, and the original builder, South Bow Corporation, has no interest in revisiting the $8 billion 1,200-mile project. South Bow's CEO said, "We have moved on from the Keystone XL." Now, back in November of last year, Trump announced his intent to revive the Keystone, kind of framing it as a key element of his pro-fossil fuel agenda, originally proposed by TC Energy way back in 2010. We know a very tumultuous history: rejection by President Obama, approval under Trump, cancellation by Biden. While Trump touted the project as a way to overturn Biden's policies, the strategic necessity has diminished due to the expanded oil production in North America and Canada's alternative export routes. Industry experts say a revival is highly unlikely. According to the Pipeline and Gas Journal editor-in-chief, Michael Reed, he said, "Do I think the Keystone Pipeline project will be seriously considered again? My answer would be no. First off, elected officials, presidents or not, do not reintroduce pipeline projects. They can be supportive, and that's always a good thing." He pointed out that TC Energy, the original developer, no longer owns the pipeline system the project was intended to complement. Plus, portions of the pipeline that were installed have been removed. Easements have been returned to landowners. So any attempt to restart would require new local permits and face significant legal challenges again. But the biggest negative factor could be that the economic case for Canadian crude shipment to the Gulf Coast is considerably less attractive now due to the increase in U.S. production and Canada's expanded export infrastructure. Now, this was originally intended to transport crude from Alberta, Canada to Nebraska. It faced numerous challenges over the years. Many of the key permits have now expired. Significant regulatory hurdles would need to be overcome before any kind of progress could resume. All right, according to BNN Bloomberg, Anthony Swift at the National Resources Defense Council, he says restarting the pipeline would essentially mean rebuilding from scratch. We've not heard any issue comment from the White House on the matter. It's unclear whether the president's order would translate into any sort of tangible action. The initial move to revisit the Keystone had mixed reactions, while he and other Republican leaders have criticized the Biden administration's cancellation of the project, blaming it for rising gas prices. Trump has also downplayed the need for Canadian oil, citing our abundant resources. So, I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's very likely to happen once again, but there you go. Thanks for the call there, blind man.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, lastly, on the Keystone, the tail end of the story, with all that we've gone through, kind of explaining how unlikely it is with the cancellation and the expiration of permits, initial investors moving on from the project. Back last November, Cadiz Incorporated had announced plans to repurpose about 180 miles of the steel pipe from the terminated Keystone Pipeline to be used for a water infrastructure project in California. After months of assessment where they had to confirm the 36-inch steel pipe would be suitable for water transport, they say the steel will now be used to expand Cadiz's groundwater bank in the Mojave Desert, connecting it to major water networks across the Southwest, with construction set to begin this year, 2025, and once it's completed, this pipeline system will be the largest groundwater bank in the region. That project has already secured a letter of intent for up to $150 million in investment, with additional contributions from Native American tribes and public sector entities, potentially bringing the total funding to $800 million. All right, several folks have talked about, with all the pipelines we've got moving this and that, and the water issues that they suffer out west. Can't we move some water from point A to point B? It sounds like that's indeed what they're going to be doing with that 180 miles worth of pipe. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I want to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field. This is strictly for him this morning. Here we go again. Same old shit kebab again. Rolling down the avenue. 3 more days and we'll be through. That's all that. Well, anyway, give a shout out to Horse Feathers, Lawn Wheat, Grump, Monkey Gouger, Ida. I don't know their commercial there on the thing there, Steve, but they was making life better for this trucker. I want to hear Monkey Gouger get on here and tell me how old Ida's making my life better. Maybe he'll respond to that there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he can pass his knowledge on to make us all smarter. How about that? Well, I saw that a video that showed President Trump being booed at the Super Bowl, But that turned out to be fake news, see. It wasn't true. The AP done that one there. What's that country Trump wanting to buy? Greenland, Iceland? Which one is it?
What? I think it's Greenland. Greenland is one because it's called Greenland, but it's mostly ice. Ironically, Iceland is a very green, lush country, but he wants to buy Greenland.
Yeah. Well, the Danes over there have launched a petition to buy California, turn Disneyland into Hans Christian Andersen land. How about that? You reckon we could just give them California, Oregon, and Washington all together in one package deal?
Sounds like a fair trade to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought there. Well, here, hold my beer while I do something stupid, Steve. This Tesla Cybertruck driver, it drove itself into a pole. The owner says, "Thank you, Tesla." Well, guess what? He had it on fully automatic driving mode, Steve, and didn't have his hands on the steering wheel. So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hey, all I can tell him is you're a DA if you turn that car loose. Tennessee car will drive itself. It's got that lane centered technology in it, and it'll let her go for about 60 seconds, and then it tells her put your hands back on the steering wheel. The dash does up there, lights up a little buzzer and tells her to drive the car by her hands, not by that lane centering technology there. So, well, they ain't never gonna have 100% self-driving car. See, there's always you're gonna have to have a human being in behind the wheel there, right?
I'm thinking,
You agree?
I don't think I want to get in a self-driving car. I mean, they got them out there in California. There's people using the Waymos. I don't know.
Well, I can't run a team in a truck because that person up front driving, I just can't sleep while somebody else drives. That just unnerves me. That's why I'll always be a single driver. So
if you don't trust having a co-driver that's an actual human behind the wheel, there ain't no way in hell you're going to trust a truck running by a computer to drive you.
That's right, absolutely. Well, I trust Tennessee. I'll go to sleep in the car with her, but I don't know if I'd ever go to sleep with her behind the wheel of this thing if she ever learned how to drive it. So, man, I'm telling you, it's just. Well, Alan Jackson's got a line one of his phones. He sleeps 80 miles an hour going down the interstate. Tennessee says that's what it feels like when you're back there sleeping, because it feels like you're running 80 to 100. So I don't know. I've only been back there once with a co-driver, and I kicked his butt right out. I couldn't live long. So, anyway, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, and Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Steve needs a paycheck come Friday. And that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'll let a more intelligent caller get in here. And it's almost time for the break, Steve.
You are 100% correct. You are rolling toward news update. Right on cue there, Knucklebuster. Speaking of Semper Fi, Truck and Phil, yes. Looks like we got an email from Phil coming up for you here. But first, let's take care of this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Working our way into Hump Day. 12th day of February. Back after this, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Social media feedback on Florida's immigration and enforcement plan strikes a nerve in the legislature. Republican Senate President Ben Albrito condemned threats made against the state agriculture commissioner Wilton Simpson since he was first tasked with overseeing enforcement.
There is no excuse for the actions of those through their careless keyboard courage have intentionally inflamed the public and incited violence against a good man.
Democratic Senate Minority Leader Jason Pizzo echoed Albriton's condemnation of violent threats against the state lawmakers. It's the final days of employment for thousands of Meta employees.
The Facebook parent company began handing out pink slips Monday in an effort to cut roughly 5% of its workforce. That accounts for about 3,600 employees expected to be sacked. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Round and third, headed for home, as our buddy Rick likes to say. Hey, good good morning to 5-7. He's on board. He's over in the chat room there on Facebook. Happy Hump Day, Steve, from Lou this morning. Thank you very much. Here, let me get to, it may be a first-time caller. Who we got on board? I'm not seeing a name there.
You got me on board?
That would be, yes, sir. Who am I talking to?
Choo-choo. It's Mr. Paul. It's Paul. You can call me Paul.
Paul. All right. Good morning, Paul.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to say thank you to all the hardworking men out there who listen to this pod that you made. You're doing a great job, and I'm sure they appreciate it so much. I'm going to say something to you. I'm not I'm as legal of an immigrant as it comes. I came to this country and I work in logistics. So I run these boys up and down the country, and I try to do the best care of them as I can.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's like my thing is, it's like, boys, we won. So don't let these idiots on the left side, because you listen to me, Steve, and when I came to this country, I spoke no English, right? But I've learned it. I learned every single word of English because I wanted to be part. Like, I came in here legally, but I learned from ABC.
Right.
Whose horse is that? But I'm saying, like, and it's like, I love this country so much.
So you came
so freaking much.
You came to assimilate and become a part of the country and be a beneficial part of the country. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I came here to be part of the country. That's why I learned the English, and that's why I don't have an accent. I came here to learn English, and I made an effort to, I was grateful to be here.
Mm-hmm.
I was always grateful to be here, and now as I work in logistics and stuff, when I see, doesn't matter what denomination it is, it's like I treat every trucker like family, because I know it's really hard for them. They move America through the country, and my point to this is, just because we won, let's be bigger freaking people than whatever the. I don't know if I can curse on this show.
Well, no.
So I'm not
No.
gonna curse.
Right.
So okay. So I don't know if I can curse, but it's I don't want to be like what those people were before us. So just because we won, I want us to be respectful of what we got right now, respectful of the drivers, respectful of our land, respect this country, respect the flag. When put a flag on your truck, put a flag on your house. And you know what? It's just don't focus too much on politics. Just appreciate that we're here,
Well, it's good to hear from you, Paul. I appreciate your coming to America.
What do you think?
Making
What do you think?
making yourself a part of the country.
Listen, I came to America a little bit ago. I came here to America legally, way back. I came to America about 23 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about what I said?
I think you're correct. If I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying, I don't know if you're saying that you don't want to go after those who've come into the country illegally. You're not referencing that, are you?
No. I think come after everybody that came in here illegally. I'm saying protect our values I'm saying protect people that are here, and let's like we got to find love and protect the country. We got to find a balance between those things. What do you think?
I think we're on that path, and I got your number here. I'm gonna hook you up with a $60 first-time caller code there, Paul. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Coming to, he said legally, 20-some years ago, assimilating, becoming a part of the American society, not trying to change America, to be like, whatever country he had come from, which doesn't matter to me. About 20 before the hour. All right, I'd love for the drivers that maybe eat out of the truck. We've got things that are convenient, like canned tuna, oftentimes. Maybe several brands of canned tuna sold at stores, including Trader Joe's, Costco, and H-E-B, recalled. They may be contaminated with a bacteria that causes botulism. You don't want that. A potentially fatal form of food poisoning. Tri-Union Seafoods of El Segundo, California, recalling certain lots of tuna sold under the Genova, Van Camp's, H-E-B, and Trader Joe's brand names, according to the Food and Drug Administration. The company said that lids on the easy open cans have a manufacturing defect that could cause the products to leak or become contaminated with the bacteria that causes botulism. The affected products have retail codes listed in the recall notice, and best buy dates extended to 2027 and 2028. The tuna was sold at Harris Teeter, Publix stores, Kroger, Safeway, Walmart, and some independent stores in several states. Now, the company said to date no illness is reported, but do not consume the recalled tuna, even if it doesn't look or smell spoiled, they say. Return the recalled tuna to the store for a full refund, throw it away, or contact Tri-Union Seafoods. But botulism, nasty stuff, a rare but serious illness when a toxin caused by the bacteria attacks the body's nerves, causing difficulty breathing. It can cause paralysis, and yes, it can be deadly. All right, let's see what's going on with Daryl this morning. Hello, Daryl. How you been?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Striker?
Well, another day, doing well.
I took a couple last night to their first college basketball game. Miami was playing Toledo, and beat them pretty good. And they really got a kick out of it. They were taking pictures and just really enjoying themselves. Miami's got a really good men's basketball team this year. They're about 19-5.
Oh, yeah?
And they put on a pretty good show. Knucklebuster was talking about not being able to sleep in the back of that truck. I woke up one day with my head being bounced around the end of the bunk, and I opened the curtain and saw the guy nodding over the steering wheel, and he was hitting the concrete divider up in the mountains of West Virginia. Every time my head would hit the end of that bunk, and I tapped him on the shoulder and asked him if he was okay. And he said, yeah, I'm okay. I said, pull it over while I drive a while.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes you get a little nervous back there in that bunk.
I could only imagine. I'm not a good traveler with anybody. I mean, even taking a long car trip, I don't care if it's my wife driving or a friend. I can't close my eyes for nothing because I got to pay attention to what they're doing.
One day we were down in Alabama, and I was getting ready to go to the bunk and had everything off but my shorts. And there's a safety strap that you pull down, last thing you do. And a car came across the front of us in a parking lot, and he slammed on the air brakes, and I went out of that bunk over the top of his head, got tangled up in some CB wires, and landed on the windshield.
Wow.
And was staring right in his face, and he said, "Get out of my way, I can't see." I said, "Well, you darn near killed me." You have some mishaps when you're riding 2x2. It's I remember one day down around Shepherdsville, I couldn't go anymore. I was just I couldn't stay awake. I pulled over the side of the road, told him to get up, and I had a pillow in front of me, and before the air brakes stopped that truck from rolling, I was asleep. And he said, "Well, you could have given me time to get my clothes on." I said, "I had gone the last mile." My heart goes out to anybody out there running sleepers tonight. It's a rugged life.
Well, Daryl, thank you for checking in here this hump day. You have a safe day out there. And there you go. Yeah, I don't think I could run team. All right, going back to Brother Rambler's call here a few hours ago, he was talking about the passing of Brent Douglas, the voice of one Roy D. Mercer. He mentioned some of his favorite "How Big a Boy Are You" bits, and one of them was the graveyard. I don't think I had ever heard that one. Yeah, one of my favorites, I think the first that I recall my dad ever playing was the car dealership. When he calls the car dealer there and talking about the wife coming down there to look at a Taurus, and you wanted to show her your probe. And the car dealer, that had me rolling on the floor. But remembering Brent Douglas, Roy D. Mercer, who passed away this past Saturday.
This Jack Criswell?
Yeah.
Jack, listen, this here R.D. Mercer, you in charge of keeping up that cemetery down there?
Yeah, you bet.
Well, listen, I got you the fella that I'm getting ready to get sideways of. I was down here visiting my cousins. I'm from Ardmore. I was down here visiting my cousins, and they was telling me that the last time they was out there at the graveyard, that the boys that was taking care of the maintenance over there was what they was doing was taking a leak on my Uncle Jesse's grave out there. That's being disrespectful. And I don't appreciate it none.
Well, I find that very hard to believe.
They said they seen you out there doing it. You and some of your fellas is working on that thing out there, taking a leak.
Whoever that was, they lied to you.
No, they didn't lie to me a bit. I guarantee you they ain't. There's church-going women, and they seen you out there. They was putting pansies on their relatives' graves, and they seen it happening.
And who was it?
They said it was you and some fellas out there you had working for you was drinking beer and telling loud, nasty jokes and dancing around, and then they was taking a whiz out there.
What's your name, sir?
R.D. by God Mercer. Now, Uncle Jesse Mercer, he's a World War I hero. It's the northeast corner of that cemetery. The headstone's got a collie dog on the top of it.
And that's here at Lawn Cemetery.
Damn right in the northeast corner over there.
Who was that said they saw that?
That's the Inez Roundtree. Now, Uncle Jesse was a World War I hero down there. Criswell, he was in charge of the collie dog
Inez
troops.
Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Huh?
This Inez Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Lives outside of town on the highway.
Okay.
And he liberated a French village of Village-de-Loup down there in the World War I.
Phone book, is she?
What?
She's listed in the phone book?
I don't know. It don't make a damn bit of difference. There's somebody down there. Oh, boy. Yep. On the run. He's a little whizzed off.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
How'd you like a country ass whooping?
Why don't you just come on out and we'll talk about it?
I guarantee you, there ain't nobody going to take a leak on my great Uncle Jesse's grave and then hang up on me.
That hasn't happened, sir.
I guarantee it,
that
done. Inez ain't a liar.
That has not happened.
Well, she'd seen it.
That has not happened. Do you hear me?
How big an old boy
That
are
has
you?
not happened.
Where are you at right
That
now?
has not happened.
I guarantee you, I'm getting ready to plant somebody back 6 foot under. I got me a pine box full of ass whoop. I'm getting ready to.
Well, you just bring it on out here.
I guarantee you, I'll cart it right
bring
with
it
me.
on out here.
How long are you going to be there?
I live here.
You live there?
That's right. I
Well-
live here.
Well, you're going to be about
And I'm
6
telling
feet
you what,
below where
there's
you're
been
at right
no
now.
beer drinking going on, and there's never been any graves on for the 2 years I've been here.
Well, you-
And anybody that says any difference, nothing but a damn liar.
Well, I guarantee. How big an old boy are you? We're going to need us a plot before this is over with. You know that, don't you?
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I'm going to come by there this afternoon. Are you down there all day?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Well, I'm coming down there today, and I'm getting ready to take care of this one way or the other.
Whatever you say.
Well, I got that uncle down there is buried with his collie dog, Roosevelt, down there, and you've been whizzing on his grave.
What's his name?
My uncle's name, great uncle Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
M-E-R-C-E-R?
That's right. And I was getting ready. How big an old boy are you?
Big enough to take care of this, I'm plenty sure.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see when you get here.
Yeah.
If you got the to show up.
Well, I don't. And we're going to have to get him back on the phone again.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I decided I called a buddy of mine. I think I'm going to stop by and pick him up on my way out there. He owns a music store down there in Waterford, and I'm going to pick him up and come down there with him. I'm going to pick... I'm picking Harold up, and I'm coming down there, and there's going to be a tag team event.
Jack, this is Brent, man.
And you're probably calling me on my 800 number too, ain't you?
Yeah, it's your dime. What are you doing down there whizzing on war veterans' graves?
I
just want you to know there, Jack.
Shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
All right, I like that. That was a good one there. I got an email from Brother Rambler saying, thank you. Yeah, you got me laughing my butt off over this Roy D. Mercer cemetery call. I don't think I'd ever heard that one. Well, there is Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Right on, Knucklebuster. Keep on keeping it on. We're at 22 this morning. Looking at a high 31. Fort Wayne. Snow beginning about 2 this afternoon. Continuing through this evening in Fort Wayne. A high of 23 at Newaygo. Snow starts about 11 o'clock this morning, right on through the evening. Going to be a nice day tomorrow, though. So here we go. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Roll on from Truck and Phil. There you go. Semper Fi. Doughboy. I says, hey, Steve, it's Doughboy here. Any update if the per diem is going to be put back into effect for the company drivers? I know there was the legislation that was introduced. I have not seen an update on that. I'll have to maybe do a search and see what I can find on that. That was all part of the 2017 tax changes that ultimately did have a detrimental effect on some truck drivers. Some had to end up paying more in taxes, even with the increased standard deduction. That's how that all went. So yeah, I'll do a little check. Their tax season is upon us, right? It won't be long, and don't miss that April 15 deadline. Either that or make sure you get the extension turned in. Even though you file for an extension, if you owe taxes, you're still supposed to pay. Send them a check there, at least something down before April 15. One last quick footnote. Astronomers, they tell us, next month will begin utilizing NASA's James Webb Space Telescope to better observe. We've been talking about this asteroid in recent days, about the size of a football field that's orbiting with a slight chance of colliding with our planet around Christmas Day in 2032. One of many asteroid discovery programs funded by NASA that found this. But again, it's a chance of striking Earth December 22 of 2032. So they're going to be taking a closer look with the James Webb Space Telescope. Hey, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but